outside. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to the second day of a conference about how we can ensure that the green and the digital transition is a fair transition, so does have a social dimension. This event, as you all know, is organized by CESI in partnership with the Bertelsmann Stiftung, and the media partner is the EU Observer. We had a very full afternoon yesterday with workshops and discussions and a barbecue in the end, which was great. Rainy, but great, and wonderful food. And I think what we all enjoyed was just being together, seeing real people around us, being able to talk and to exchange. For those of you who haven't been here yesterday, the plenary discussion is live streamed. That is why I will ask my three speakers today to please go to the lectern and speak from there so that the camera can grasp them and live streaming goes well. As we didn't have the barbecue outside yesterday, I don't think anybody of you saw the drone. Neither did I. But, but what you haven't seen either is the visual strategist, Joyce, who is over there. And the results of what she is drawing, you're going to see at the end of today. So the drone I can't promise, Joyce I can. Having said that, yesterday we discussed how we can make the transition a fair transition. And I would just want to recap what we heard from Romain, who said the gap between the rich and the poor gets bigger. And we have a very difficult economic external situation. So these transitions, including the Green Deal launched in 2019, need to look at in a certain way. Can we still do what we've promised to deliver? And what will be the role of the trade unions in it? We had workshops yesterday afternoon. And allow me to recap just very briefly 2 or 3 points, because they will play a role today, I hope, in the afternoon, in the morning workshops on the recovery and resilience facilities. Yesterday it was said that we need a participatory process, which means no fake participation, really including stakeholders and of course trade unions, in the process, in the way towards it. We need that to get buy-in, to really make sure that change can happen. That's my number one. Number two is, and I think we all heard that very clearly, for it to be a social transition, we need to know what we transit to. So where are the very clear set of goals, social goals, that we would want to achieve? And look at possible consequences and how you mitigate risks around that. And again, seeing the Green Deal being launched in 2019, suddenly in the current economic circumstances, we can already see that it's good to look at risk mitigation. We start this morning with 3 keynote speakers, and I'm very happy to welcome them here. I start with Dragos Pislaro, the chair of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs of the European Parliament. I think we are all very happy that you took the time to joining us here. Oliver Röpke, the president of the Workers Group of the European Economic and Social Committee. And Mark Hese, head of the Skills and Employability Division in the Directorate for Employment, Labor and Social Affairs at the OECD in Paris. Mark, you will start. So I've presented you with the last, but I'm going to start with you. Mark is, as I said, will be talking about global challenges. So the global challenges for sustainability. And Mark has been at the OECD since 1985, which is quite impressive. And you're an economist, if I'm not mistaken, which is also a very interesting aspect in this. You are now in charge of the OECD's Future of Work initiative. And you also contribute to the G20 adult skills. And I think skilling, reskilling, upskilling in this whole process will be an important part. Mark, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for being with us.
Let me adjust this. So thank you very much. It's great to be here. I was a circus performer for a very brief period of time before I started off on my economics career. And when I look at this environment here, I feel, I should perhaps bring back my circus skills. I should be dancing, performing, juggling in front of you. But instead, I will give you a talk on the global challenges with moving to a sustainable and greener economy. I think it's important that I can give you sort of the OECD's perspective on this. Now, it's clear that humanity is facing an existential threat from climate change, and that can only be averted by a rapid transition to net zero emissions of greenhouse gases. And in addition to the human tragedy that has provoked, Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine has further highlighted our unhealthy dependency on fossil fuels. Now, on the side of the good news, fortunately, the green transition has become a central policy priority as governments seek to rebuild their economies from the COVID-19 crisis while addressing the pressing challenges of climate change. Now, by integrating environmental considerations into their recovery plans, governments can make decisive inroads towards meeting environmental goals while boosting economic activity and job creation both in the short term and in the long term. Now, when well designed and implemented, green stimulus measures, such as the Green Deal, can generate income and create jobs. For example, the International Energy Agency estimates that up to 2.5 million jobs related to adaptation to climate change could be created in OECD countries each year as part of the recovery. Now let me come to the challenges. However, we do see that the shift to a greener economy will involve difficult transitions in labour markets, especially as our economies are still recovering from the COVID-19 crisis and now facing rising inflationary pressures and the risk of a new recession because of Russia's war on Ukraine. Now, policies focusing green growth, as I said, could create jobs in a number of sectors such as renewable energy, organic agriculture, recycling of waste products, etc. However, they will also transform many other jobs, changing the skills needed to carry out those jobs and also cause job losses, especially in emission-intensive sectors. Now, a key headache for policymakers is that these challenges and opportunities are not distributed evenly across sectors, across workers, or across localities and geographies. And so this makes generic one-size-fits-all policymaking very difficult. So what should policymakers be doing to promote the green transition while providing effective employment and income support for communities and workers facing job losses? There are three lessons that can be drawn from previous work that the OECD has done on assisting workers whose jobs have been displaced by other mega trends, such as digitalisation and globalisation. These lessons concern the importance of, first, anticipation, secondly, timely and targeted intervention, and thirdly, broader supportive policies. Let me deal with each of these in turn. On anticipation, planning can and should be done to assess and anticipate how climate change mitigation efforts will affect jobs and skills. Now, part of this planning is to look at the risk, for example, associated with perhaps increasing the speed of the transition. because we've seen from the recent IPCC report that we may need to take even faster and more rapid action to limit the rise in global temperatures. On this basis, for example, we see that France has established its own observatory of jobs and occupations in the green economy, and I think this is a good initiative to assess how many green jobs are we talking about, how many brown jobs are we talking about, and what sort of training opportunities are there to help people shift towards these green jobs and out of brown jobs. Another key part of better anticipation is better consultation with key stakeholders on the labour market impact of a greener economy and the adjustment measures that are related to support workers and their families. Now, here I'm glad to be speaking at this event because the role of trade unions is key in that consultation. Here, Germany's Coal Commission is a good example. This was set up in 2018, and the key stakeholders were closely involved as part of that commission to draw up a transition roadmap of support for moving out of coal production. Now, secondly, on timely and targeted intervention, a key lesson from our OECD reviews of policies to assist workers displaced from structural change is to act quickly. Only intervening once workers have lost their jobs or once they have exhausted their severance pay can delay the transition process to new jobs. The longer that workers are unemployed, the harder it becomes for them to find new jobs. Here, Sweden provides a good example where they have their tripartite job security councils who actually intervene early to provide job counselling and training services even before dismissals take place. Now, early intervention also needs to be targeted, for example, taking into account the skills possessed by workers facing job loss, while addressing other issues such as health issues and other barriers to taking up new jobs. Australia, my country, for example, has carried out skill audits of displaced workers, looking at the skills they have and what sort of training top-up do they need to find new jobs. The third key lesson from our work on displaced workers is the need for a whole-of-government approach to providing comprehensive support for workers and communities affected by job loss. This goes beyond just the immediate employment and training support and includes local economic development, for example, and better framework policies for promoting mobility. Examples here are the various initiatives in Germany, again associated with the phasing out of coal mining, but also again from Australia, where they needed to actually phase out their entire automotive industry. And they had a special program that not only looked at helping the workers affected by that phasing out of the car industry, but also helping industries throughout the supply chain to diversify and innovate. Now, providing employment support is one part of the package, but we have to ensure other policies are in place to ensure that the transition is fair and inclusive. Now, we saw, for example, the fallout before the pandemic, when the Macron government announced that it was going to raise fuel taxes, and that led to the Gilets jaunes, or the yellow vest movement. So we have to ensure that workers and their families that are going to be affected by, for example, rising energy costs or greater investment costs associated with moving to greener housing, that they are protected and not disproportionately affected by that. And that has to be targeted subsidies. We have to be careful, though, not to subsidize the things that we want to ensure get reduced. We do not want to subsidize fuel use, for example. So we should be thinking about other ways of subsidizing lower-income families. That's important. We also need to ensure that our social protection systems, of course, are helping those that are facing job loss. Now, as I mentioned, the transition to net zero emissions it's a global challenge. And therefore, we really need to ensure that just and inclusive transition should take account of equity issues between richer and poorer countries in implementing the costly interventions needed to decarbonize. And here I note the important Just Energy Transition Partnership with South Africa that was announced by France, Germany, the UK, the US, and the EU to accelerate the retirement of coal plants in South Africa and help them deploy renewable energy options. So let me end just by saying that we can and must do better to promote a rapid transition to a greener and more sustainable economy. But this needs to be accompanied by measures to ensure a just and inclusive transition for affected workers and their communities through a joined-up approach based on better anticipation, more timely and targeted support, broader supporting policies, and a global vision for assisting less developed economies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark, and I'm sure we come back to what you said, skilling and reskilling of workers, and as we spoke about a workshop. Sorry, we come back to what you said in the discussion later. We had a workshop yesterday also on the phasing out of the coal mines with some interesting experiences. So maybe we can briefly discuss when we enter the panel discussion. We move from the global perspective to an EU perspective, and we have Oliver Röpke. Oliver has been, I think, over 10 years with the Austrian Trade Union Confederation, ÖGB. He has been elected president of the workers group in 2019, just before the pandemic. And that is also what he's going to talk about now, the fallout, the COVID fallout on workers and employment conditions. The role of the European Union. The floor is yours, Oliver.
Yes, thank you very much, Kerstin. Dear Romain, dear Klaus, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank CESI and the Bertelsmann Foundation for inviting me to this event, to this summer days. And fortunately, today, I think the event deserves its name. At least it's a bit nicer than yesterday. So I'm really happy to be here, and it's a great pleasure to see you all in person. I think this topic, and just the previous speaker has underlined it, couldn't be timelier. The green, the digital, and the social. And we speak often about the twin transition, and we have to say, we have to make sure that this transition, this twin transition, will be a social one. I would even speak about the triple transition, because I think the social is inextricably linked to green and digital transition. We are facing huge challenges as trade unions in order also to adapt our working methods and social security systems for the time of transition and for the time after transition. So I would really speak about the triple transition, and I'm really happy to touch upon some points today. Unfortunately, also I have to mention this horrible war against Ukraine, not only because I see it as a duty, but we can see that this horrible war, this aggression against Ukraine, has a huge impact. It makes the transition more complicated, even if it's maybe it speeds up or it increases the speed, but it makes it more complicated. We can see it with increasing energy crisis, increasing inflation, which has a huge impact on the life of working people, and also for us as trade unions to cushion the impact of inflation, as we can see that more and more households are pushed into poverty, and as I say, prices and inflation are rising. There's another point I would like to mention, because we are constantly in contact with our trade union friends in the Ukraine, and we show full solidarity with them. But we say also that the first victims of war are often workers and working families. And we can see that they pay a very high price. Here I spoke about inflation, but in Ukraine they pay with their lives and with their health. And we see at the moment, we were alerted by our trade union colleagues, that unfortunately this situation is misused to push forward a labor reform in Ukraine, which deregulates the labor law enormously. And we could see our trade union colleagues alerted us that this reform would lead to an exclusion of more than 2/3 of all Ukrainian workers of fundamental social rights, of collective bargaining, and so on. I just wanted to mention it because I think we all are of the opinion that the Ukraine is part of our family, and we supported also the candidate status of Ukraine. But I think we have, at the same time, we have to make sure that they should also follow our values. And one of those values is social justice and the principles of the European pillar of social rights. So from my point of view, one of the main lessons from this pandemic is really the importance of solidarity. I think solidarity, unity and mutual aid are really core values which we have to put at the heart of our decisions. We could see it during COVID that no country, no matter how big, was able to resolve this kind of global crisis on its own. And I think the best example was really the 715 billion recovery effort to help the EU tackle the crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. That was an important milestone, as well as the SURE instrument. It was the first time, actually, the SURE instrument, that we have had an instrument that was based on solidarity at European level and helped countries to facilitate their help, their support for unemployed people, or, for example, to finance short-time work patterns. So I think this was, from my point of view, the first lesson from the pandemic. The second one, we could see that especially the most vulnerable, young workers, women, were especially hit hard by this pandemic. And we could see that the youngest, between 15 and 25 years, had to face the sharpest reductions in employment, since their job recruitment almost ceased to exist in many sectors, and in many cases young workers and women were also employed in rather precarious working conditions, where it is quite hard and difficult for unions to organize those sectors. So therefore, one of the, or I would say the second lesson from my point of view is decent working conditions. Decent working conditions, decent wages are actually the best instrument to create resilience, also in the labor market. And here we could see, and I think that was also discussed yesterday already, that collective bargaining and the involvement of social partners, of trade unions, are really key. In all the countries where trade unions were substantially involved in collective bargaining, in social dialogue, but also in the negotiations about, for example, short-time work arrangements, we could see that in all those countries, the measures were more successful and we could keep more workers in work. And in the end, that was, I think, also economically a success story. So this is, for me, the second lesson from this pandemic: full involvement of social partners, of all civil society organizations, but for us, of course, especially of social partners. And the same is true when we are talking about the Green Deal and the digital transition. Also here, I said it at the beginning, we have to call the Green Deal always a social deal. Only then it's acceptable from a worker's point of view. And when I speak about the full involvement of trade unions, then I would especially mention one point, and that's the question of collective bargaining. Collective bargaining is actually the key, is the DNA for us as trade unions. Here we can really negotiate with the employers and can make sure that we have tailor-made solutions for companies and for sectors. So I'm really happy that there's more or less a consensus, I would say, at political level, at European political level, that collective bargaining has to be strengthened. That was true before the pandemic, but now we can really see it, that it's also a main objective of the Commission. You all know that the Directive on Minimum Wages has passed through the Coreper. It's only waiting its final approval. But I think we can say this is a major milestone, not only from a trade union point of view, because I wouldn't call this directive only a minimum wage directive. For me, it is rather a collective bargaining directive, because it doesn't set any concrete minimum wage levels, but it says clearly all governments have to make all their efforts, maximum efforts, to increase collective bargaining coverage, up to 80% actually. And this is a bit like the European Pillar of Social Rights. It's a work program for us as trade unions to work together with the employers and with governments to remove all obstacles in national legislation, for example, in order to increase collective bargaining. And since we have Mr. Pislaru here, just recently our colleagues from Romania came to me and they say, well, we have a long wish list, what we could do in Romania to remove barriers. For example, the whole question of representativeness. In some countries we have extremely high obstacles that trade unions have to fulfill representativeness targets levels of 50%. I mean, this is in most of the countries we cannot fulfill those requirements. So I think here are a lot of things that we can do in the next 2 years, actually, during the transposition period. Second point is public procurement. Public procurement, it's an immense amount of 2 trillion euros spent yearly by public authorities in the EU. And I think they shouldn't spend any longer those money to companies that do not respect collective agreements and collective bargaining. So our demand is also to transpose and to realize this minimum wage directive. No public contract without a collective contract. So those are only 2 examples how we can concretely increase collective bargaining. But once again, the adoption of this minimum wage or collective bargaining directive is only halfway. Now we have really to work on this, we have to implement this. I know I have to come to an end, but I have still one point on my agenda, because when I speak about the involvement of workers and trade unions, I said collective bargaining. The other point is workers' participation at the workplace. I think this is equally important. We can see that a full involvement of workers, consultation, information, but also participation in decision-making brings success. It's not only a question of participatory democracy, it is also an element of extremely successful corporate governance. So I think here we can make an extra effort, also at European level. We have already some provisions. We have now an own initiative report from the Parliament, and I think, or we expect, that the Commission will also take some concrete measures to have better standards, more ambitious standards at European level to realize this. Colleagues, I come to an end. We just finished the conference on the future of Europe, and this conference has actually confirmed our main demands. The main demands of the citizens were minimum wages, decent minimum wages, minimum income, even minimum pensions. And I think this is exactly our agenda. We have to work on this. We have to make sure that in the next years, the European agenda remains a social agenda, because Europe has changed a lot, I have to say, under the current Commission. We will play our part as trade unions, also as a workers group in the ESC, and we will also work with all our colleagues to make this minimum wage directive a success and to implement it properly in all the member states. I'm looking forward to our debate and wish you all success for the second day of the summer days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And particular thank you to to all of my speakers for really helping me in keeping time, because we have a very tight agenda, and I can see there are a lot of points for discussion in what you've been saying. We come to the third speaker, Member of European Parliament, Dragos Pislaru, who is the chair of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs, but you've also been a minister in your country. So you've been a minister in your country for labor, family, social welfare, and the elderly. And I think the combination of that, plus you're on the Committee for Economic and Monetary Affairs, which may also be an interesting insight into what needs to be done. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invite. Mark was starting with a remark about what we have here and about the circus. For me, as a newly become politician, that's not strange concept, and it has been introduced by Juvenal way before, about 100 before Christ, talking about bread and circuses, if you know the notion. That's how politicians can create diversion and distraction so that they will not look at real effects. And you know, I really believe that this is a good intro for the speech, because I would like to beg to differ and to say that we can, as politicians, address the main issues. Intro that I prepared, if Mark would have not introduced with the circus thing, was the title. I'm a big fan of westerns, of spaghetti westerns as well. And if you remember the original title of the Clint Eastwood movie, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, when I received the invite, I was actually thinking, which of the green, the digital, or the social are the good, the bad, or the ugly transitions? And indeed, I really believe And I can even imagine a standstill where, you know, the green guy, the digital guy, and the socials are waiting to see who is shooting first. Now, kidding, but this is a real issue because we can, out of these transitions, we can really have a catalyst towards a sustainable transformation and a good transformation for our society. Or we can neglect the distributional effects that Mark referred, and economics is good at some point for this particular topic in understanding both the benefit distribution and the cost distribution. And if we were not going to nail that, the risk is actually larger than, you know, some let's say, welfare effects. The risk is that the entire EU project can be endangered. So we are facing a huge risk for our democracy and for the European Union as such. And let me try to explain that, and after that I will go a little bit into details. Now, politicians are reacting to stimuli in the society. And the easiest thing to get votes is to base your campaign on fear, on unpredictability, on pain, on uncertainty. And if we are creating processes and transitions that are not taking into account fear, pain, uncertainty, there will certainly be politicians that will tap that particular aspect of our society. And this will change the course of pro-European feeling, of trying to build a democratic society, of solidarity versus autarky and nationalism. So this is a very important thing. This is a non-doctrinary issue. For that, having a just set of transition, having the social transition as you have defined it, it's not a doctrinary issue. It's not about left politics or right politics. This is about ensuring that the transformation that we want for our society, it's not just, but it actually can be carried while representing the society and keeping in touch with the realities. So this is much more than just economic calculation. This is about how we would like to be responsible and to leave a legacy for our society's accomplishment and becoming. Now, why I'm saying that? I'm saying that because I don't think necessarily, and this is a good topic of our debate, that we need to have a social transition separately from the green and the digital transition. And I've heard that there was a question on that, so I'm anticipating it. The whole point is that by design, when we are talking about the green and the digital transition, we should think about the distributional effects and the social effects and how we make it just. And I do believe that, indeed, for instance, the RRF is a very good example in understanding that, and you will have a panel on that. But as a rapporteur on the RRF, I need to tell you something, again, making a reference to the setting here, of behind the curtains. So if you remember with the RRF, it started as the fact that we need a big bazooka to redress the impact of COVID. And from the outstart, there was an agreement on the money at the council level, and the Commission said that it's about the dual transition and we need to allocate some percentages for green, 37%, and at least 20% for digital. And it was the Parliament team that said that by design, this should not be seen as a cash machine. By design, this should be having a balanced approach. By design, the RRF, as an unprecedented act of solidarity, needs to look at a wider balance of things to be sure that this recovery and resilience is just. And we introduced the six-pillar approach that you see right around the regulation. So you have the green and digital transition, then you have the economic and competitiveness part, which is just a natural part of it, and then you have the social pillar, you have the resilience and health pillar, and then my favorite, and I put it with my own, initiative there, the children and youth, or the next generation pillar. And this is very important. So the Parliament, based on an array of consultations with including trade unions, but with young youth organizations and a lot of stakeholders, pushed for this particular framework. So what I'm trying to say is that if we look from the technical part, of course, we are talking about a green and digital transition, but if we look about how the political will has pushed that process, we see right now that there is a balance. Is it true that right now the participatory process is not necessarily at the level where we wished? Yes, it's true. But the Parliament has actually asked in the negotiation that the participatory process will be an evaluation criteria. Indeed, you are not getting in negotiations everything that you want. So what we got is just a chapter of the plans, of the national plan, where the governments are required to describe the process. Of course, it can take half a page, or it can take longer, but the idea is that we were not successful because the Council came with the argument that speed is of the essence, and we don't have time for consultations. Of course, there are, you can have the half full or half empty part of the glass that you can focus on. But what is important is that we in the Parliament right now are more aware than ever about these aspects related to social and having just transitions. And let me just get you through a couple of things which are happening. So at the beginning, because in terms of distribution, indeed, we are talking about territorial distribution, we are talking about sectoral distribution, we are talking about gender, social, age, even distribution. So we started in terms of the green transition with the territorial part, just to be sure that we are putting in order the territorial level. And we had the Just Transition Fund. And right now we have a big debate, very shortly we ended it with the Social Climate Fund. And I think that this is a big win on that. And why is that happening? I mean, we have a gender impact, as 85% of single-parent families are with women. And this creates a great risk of child poverty. Similarly, we have 28.5 persons with disabilities that can be affected, are affected based on the impact study on that. 50 million Europeans right now experience energy poverty, and 34 million report an inability to keep their homes adequately warm. For them, the green transition is something that it's not about, as in France was in the political campaign, the end of the world, but it's about the end of the mountain, how they are paying the bills. So what we are trying to do right now is to be sure that we are reflecting that dimension. On the digital transition, the DESI statistics are really important. Although 56% at average have at least basic digital skills, in some member states, 91% of households are having access to internet, but in some others you have less than 25% doing that. In order to conclude, because it seems that I'm having a lot of issues here, but I'm sure that you have a rich debate. There's one thing that I would like to put forward as very important for our topic and transitions. It's the youth, the next generation, the children and the youth. I think that for both the green and the digital transitions, they are key. They are key in terms of both looking and how this would impact them, and they are key also to take them as partners and allies in the process. So this being said, again, from the Parliament side, I can assure you, and especially from the Employment and Social Affairs Committee, that we are keeping an eye on that, and we will fight for ensuring that these transitions will be fair, and we will have social aspects well reflected. Thank you very much for your efforts, and we will remain together.
Thank you very much, Dragos. And I really apologize, as usual, as a moderator, that I need to keep time, because I can see there are many points. And before I open any discussion here, I'd like to encourage the audience to please come up with questions. I can take perhaps 1, 2 questions, not so many, because we don't have a lot of time left. But by all means, come forward. Any comment, any question? Let me know. I personally felt reminded of the old Stieglitz discussion about GDP and whether expensive social, health, education, is it an expense or is it an investment? And I think it's high time to to look at that again. So perhaps if there is no, okay, there is a question from the audience. So. We take the gentleman over there, Because it shouldn't be the moderator talking all the time. Please, if you don't mind, briefly identify, introduce yourself.
Michael Freitag, Social Europe, works with the employment industry, support for temporary agency work. I would like to pick up on the things that Marquise and Dr. Slaro said about making these transitions both fair and good for people. I think one element which we should not underestimate in these multiple challenging times, Ukraine, COVID, and transitions, is the element of working together as partners, as actors. And if I talk about partners, in multiple sense, as social partners, as employment services, public and private, sector I'm representing, and also in working for people. And my question would be to, especially Marquise and Dr. Claro, how can we encourage reforms at the national level to make this partnership between employers, social partners, and employment services work better at the national level?
Okay, thank you very much. I see Klaus raising a hand, so the microphone goes to from behind.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, we all know it's 5 to 12, and I think there was a set of tools which were mentioned here. First, financial tools, legislative tools, and then what Michael Freitag also said, the issue of cooperation, of involvement, of ownership, of leaving nobody behind. Now, if we, and Oliver, I thought it was very interesting what you said indirectly now through the directive, proposed directive on minimum wages, or through possibilities to influence public procurement. What do you think, since it's 5 to 12, are now the 2-3 key initiatives, key tools to take or to bring forward in order to make it socially fair? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And if you don't mind, then no other question. I bring in one, which is for me a burning question. I always hear from policymakers that it's so important to adapt social security system to the new challenges, etc. And I fully agree. That includes, by the way, in a demographically changing Europe, the question of how do you reskill older workers, and do you put them in pre-retirement, and can social security systems cope? But how do you want to do that in a situation when economically it's very precarious, where CEOs like the CEO of BASF comes forward and says, okay, if you rise energy prices, if you cut oil and gas supply from Russia, all our efforts from the past 10 years are gone. Like it really puts us as a company at risk, and that means potentially also new people on the street. So in a demographically aging Europe that is economically under stress, how do you adapt social security systems? Where does the money come from? I don't know. There are a lot of questions that have been it hasn't been directed to anybody directly. I would suggest someone starts, you all get a chance. Please bear time in mind. Mark.
So let me start. Can everybody hear me? Yes. I mean, great questions, and we need another day or 2 days or another week to answer those questions fully. So thank you very much for those questions. Let me try and link up some of the things. We need better partnerships. That's absolutely clear, and I couldn't sort of stress that more myself. But what we need is not partnership on piecemeal actions, piecemeal actions to deal with closing of the coal industry, piecemeal actions to deal with people sort of losing their jobs because of the digital revolution. We need to sort of have joined up actions, comprehensive actions, and then we need to involve all of the key stakeholders. Just in terms of the key measures that we need to sort of course, upskill our workforces, not just for the green transition, but also for the digital revolution that we're facing. So upskilling is important, but again, that relies on partnership. So at the OECD, we've been working with several countries to develop sort of national skills strategy. As part of those national skills strategy, we ensure that all of the different ministries are involved, so whether it's education, labour, science, technology ministries that are involved, but also the key partners. So that includes the trade unions, the employers, but also non-governmental organisations, public employment services, private employment services. So we need to build this comprehensive approach, but built on partnership. In terms of other measures, very briefly, we need to ensure greater mobility so people can move both in terms of locality but across sectors. This is not just, again, it's the important role of public employment services and private employment services, but it's other things, like, for example, having very good childcare facilities in place, particularly to help women to be able to move and not be trapped by their childcare responsibilities. And lastly, in terms of ensuring, let's not take steps backwards. So for older workers, yes, they can be struggling to make the transition, but the answer is not just retiring them early from the workforce. That doesn't help the demographic transition and the financing constraints on that. We have to look at other measures, again, skilling them, but also let's look at more innovative measures like wage insurance. So they may have had a high-paid job. They may be able to find another job. It may be lower paid, but let's introduce some sort of wage insurance so they can keep their former wage and they're not losing out and still have a strong incentive to take up a new job.
Thank you very much, Mark. Oliver,
Yes.
You want to follow?
Thank you very much. I would like to combine the two questions because you spoke about the problems during the crisis to increase wages, for example. And I'm really a fan of productivity-driven wages. I have to say, as a trade unionist, for us, it is normal that in collective bargaining, we take into consideration the inflation and the productivity trends. And if we look into this, then we can see that in most of the countries, the productivity trends are not reflected in the wage increases in most of the countries. So here we have to work on this. We have to work on this. So therefore, I don't think that in most of the cases we have a problem with too high wages. I think it's more on the contrary. And we could see it in Germany, where we had higher increases in the recent years, and actually we had no harmful impact on the labor markets. Even the introduction of the statutory minimum wage had no harmful impact on the labor market. So this is the first lesson from my point of view. The second is, what is the best way to follow productivity trends? The best way is that we build partnerships, as it was said, between employers and trade unions, or employers' organizations and trade unions. And therefore, for me, once again, the most important measure in the next month and years will be to build partnerships and to come closer to this 80% target. It's a huge target, 80% collective bargaining coverage. We have only a very few countries where we have more than 80%. One of the countries is Austria and the northern European countries, and all the others, we don't have it. So we have to make immense efforts to increase collective bargaining. And third point I wanted to make, involvement. We are calling for more involvement, for more participation, but it means at the same time more responsibility. More responsibility. And I think we are ready to take this responsibility also in decision-making in big companies. In some countries we have it. And I think it's overall a success story. Yeah? And therefore, I think this can also contribute to what we call upward social convergence. And this we need in Europe. We don't need one size fits all, I agree, but we need progress and we need upward social convergence. And once again, I think the minimum wage directive is an important and huge step in this direction.
Thank you very much. And I hand over to Dragos for a final statement.
Thank you so much. So first question on partnership. Of course, you can push for that by design, and that's a very important thing. And I think at the European level, European institutions, at least formally, they have embedded the consultation part. In terms of how efficient or effective that is, we still need to discuss. But there is a constant push. For instance, the RRF implementation report that I was also, again, a rapporteur. We specifically said that the consultation was poor, that we failed the part in terms of the design of the plans, but we urge the member states to do that in terms of the implementation. both with the parliaments, but also with the CSOs, local and regional organizations and social partners. So this is one way of doing it, to actively push for it. Yeah? So what you are doing as well, what I am doing, what my colleagues in the parliament are doing. The second thing is to realize that the kind of transition we are talking about here are really complex. It's a lot of complexity. And if you are not going to tap the knowledge of the people at grassroots, that they are having the knowledge at the enterprise level and so on, you are not going to cope with that. It's still not very clear, but I think that the trust of the citizens in the politicians is eroding as they are not, as transparent and as participatory. They are not encouraging participation as such. So I do believe that there will be a societal pressure for that. That is the bottom-up pressure. Now, the second question related to what are the key initiatives that we can do. Now, I mean, the whole point is to avoid silo policy, to avoid that, for instance, the green transition will be seen as an economic climate transition and not social. I give you two examples of that. The green transition and the digital as well are about changing behaviors. So they're directly social by default. I mean, if it's about changing behaviors of the people, this is affecting directly their lives, but I mean intrinsically. And we've seen that during COVID with the adoption of the digital thing. The two examples, the Bauhaus, the Build Back Better initiative. This can be seen as a construction industry thing, or it can be seen as an emission thing. But what is right now a major opportunity is to deal with energy poverty and to deal with the housing, with the social housing problem, and the fact that we might right now come up with some solutions to deal with 50 million people across the EU. So it's a choice by design. The second example, and right now we have a paradox. We have right now, we are right now having a risk of a food crisis, even a global food crisis. The green transition, it's about reducing food waste and about circular economy. And this is something that directly can affect the way in which you can allow vulnerable categories to reach proper nutrition and so on and so forth. So if you take that by design, I think that we are going to be on the good path. And just one last point on reskilling. For instance, the care industry, that's something where you cannot automatize. So that's one of the major beneficiary of reskilling and sending people to put for that and take it as an investment, as you very well put it here. So yeah, that's a couple of insights from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we give a big hand to the three speakers for both excellent content and excellent timekeeping. Thank you so much. It's a real pity we don't have enough time now, but I am sure we come back to many of the points discussed in the workshops. The first round starts now. It's and it is about the recovering and resilience facilities, and the added words are for and with the workers. So it's all about participation. The first workshop is led by the European Commission, Maria Teresa Fabregas Fernandez. Where is she? In the back there. And I assume, and I'm asking Telemachos, the workshop is here in this room. And it is about paving the way out of the pandemic, a social recovery and resilience facility and national execution plans. The second workshop is led by SEPS, Francesco Corti. It's very good to seeing you. The question is, what can they deliver? So the recovery and resilience facilities in depth, what can they deliver? How can they be credible? The third workshop, that's downstairs. So you get out of the room and go downstairs. The third workshop is led by Henrik Meerkamp from CESI, who is also in the back. It seems you're all in the back. Senior Policy Advisor at CESI. And it is about the role of workers and trade unions in this process. We have heard we need to shape these facilities to make sure it happens. And I think you have a bunch of people here to discuss it now, and enough ideas from the speakers now. So have good work. We will meet here or the coffee starts, let me say that. It says 11:15. As we have been late, if the organizers allow, I would say coffee break is more or less a 20 past 11, and we'll make it fluid with the next round. Enjoy your discussions. Okay, I was asked to please announce that the third workshop, the CESI workshop, is also downstairs. So you have the workshop led by the Commission in this room, and the two other ones are downstairs. When you go outside, the staff, the team will lead you to where you've got to go.
True. The only thing is that I adapted. But I will send you my original.
Yes, okay.
But then I added quite a few ideas.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, I'm really involved in that. Yeah. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Yes, of course. Okay.
So then I will be here by my own.
Yes. Do you need a glass of water?
Yes. That may be close to the.
I will bring you up.
Thank you. Yes, I clean water.
Maybe we can invite the people to come.
Your hand back. Yeah. Is your handbag?
Yeah, no worries.
You left it here?
Yeah.
You don't need it.
You don't mind.
Yeah, I don't mind, I don't mind. Very good, thank you. So, a glass of water, thank you. So I'm really pleased to be here because with CESI we were trying to organize this event twice and it had to be canceled due to lockdowns and problems. So it's very important, the topic you are discussing during these 2 days. And actually this initial panel discussion helps me also introducing the topic of the workshop. So thank you. That's very good.
I don't know if you can do it.
Yeah, it might be dangerous. So. Thank you. So I have prepared a few slides in order to set up the frame for what we are going to discuss in this workshop. And in particular, as you can see, is the social aspects of the RRF. And when talking about social aspects, we talk about European pillar of social rights. And MEP Pislaru, who was the rapporteur of this file, has, during his presentation in the panel, clearly mentioned how important social elements are in the RRF. Because even when we talk about green digital transition, the social elements are there. I can tell you, as you might know, in the RRF, there are some targets for minimum investments in each of the plans on green, 37% minimum, on digital, 20% minimum, and there is no percentage on social. However, as you can see on the slide, around 30% of the investments in the national plans, in the overall national plans, are devoted to social aspects. So MEP Pislaru mentioned these 6 pillars of the plan. So the plans and the Recovery and Resilience Facility, but then each individual plan have to introduce reforms and investments that fulfill objectives linked to these 6 pillars. So on the one side, green transition, second, digital transformation, third, social and territorial cohesion. The legal basis of the Recovery and Resilience Facility is precisely an article of the Treaty on Social and Territorial Cohesion. Fourth, smart, sustainable, and inclusive growth, so including also social elements. Fifth, health, economic, social, and institutional resilience, clearly social. And the last one, policy for next generation, social aspects also. As you might know, the member states, when designing their plans, they had to take into consideration the country-specific recommendations that had been addressed to each single member state in the process of the European semester. And it's clear that a big percentage of those country-specific recommendations relate to social elements. In addition, in the Recovery and Resilience Facility regulation, there is a specific mention of the need to contribute to the implementation of the European pillar of social rights, being also one of the assessment criteria by the European Commission, because it's clear that without contributing to the European pillar of social rights, member states will not become more resilient. So it's a necessity. So you might know well the European of social rights. I'm not going to go through all the specific measures, but there are 3 headline targets to which the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the plans in the member states will contribute. So it is said that by 2030, at least 78% of the population aged between 20 and 64 should be in employment. Second target, headline target, is that at least 60% of the adults should participate in training. And then the third headline target is that at least 50 million fewer people should be at risk of poverty and social exclusion. So the next slides will describe how the recovery and resilience plans in general, I will not enter into specific single member states plans, but how this broad implementation of the recovery and resilience facility contributes to some of the objectives. So as a general context, before entering into these specific social reforms and investments in the plans, I'd like to say that until now, the European Commission has received 26 plans from the member states. 25 of them have been endorsed by the Commission, adopted by the Council, and there are 2 still being assessed. One, Hungary, was submitted to the Commission but still being assessed in order to make sure that it goes through positively through all the assessment criteria, so there are discussions with Hungary. And the Netherlands, they have not yet submitted a plan because they had, the new government is in place since January only, and they wanted to wait for that. And we are assessing their, kind of working with them in order to design the plan. In principle, it will be in July when they will be submitting their plan to the Commission. And something that I would like also to mention is that in order to monitor the implementation of these reforms and investments in the plans, member states have to implement what we call milestones and targets. And it's through the implementation of those milestones and targets that are in the document of the Council implementing decision, then the money is being disbursed to the member state. So one way to monitor the implementation is through the assessment of those milestones and targets in specific plans. But as we wanted to have also an overview at European level, we adopted a delegated act on common indicators. And some of these common indicators are directly linked to the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. So, for instance, you see here the example on participation in education and training, people in employment or engaged in job searching activities, elements linked to the healthcare, modernization of healthcare facilities, also concerning childcare and education facilities. And the last is also linked to young people in terms of receiving support. Because at the end of the day, the Recovery and Resilience Facility is one of the elements of Next Generation EU. And as you very well know, the President of the Commission, she was always highlighting what we have to do now with this Recovery and Resilience Facility is to make sure that we leave for the next generations good economies, good societies. We are going through the transition, so more resilient and fair societies. So I will start now with the content of these measures that we find in the plans. And we see measures supporting employment and social policy that we can divide in these 4 areas. So on the one hand, there are specific employment and labor market measures, both reforms and investments, and they relate to adult learning, employment support, modernization of labor market institutions. Then we have measures linked to education, related to the accessibility, affordability, quality, inclusiveness, digitalization, also infrastructure in terms of investments of education. Then healthcare and long-term care, so supporting resilience, sustainability, adequacy, availability, accessibility, affordability, and quality, and focusing a lot on the deinstitutionalization objective. And the last 4 key area is social protection and social inclusion, where there is a lot of investment and reform linked to supporting social housing, social protection, social inclusion. And when I talk also about social housing, I can tell you that one of the requirements that member states are including in this social housing is, for instance, energy efficiency. So direct link with the green transition. You see the percentage here. So just to say that this relates only to the initial 22 adopted plans and not to the all picture of, for instance, Bulgaria, Sweden, and Poland that have already been adopted by the European Commission and the Council, because we had not yet time to do the counting, but it will be duly done. And in this regard also, I would like to tell you that some of you might be aware of that we are publishing a scoreboard on the implementation of the Recovery and Resilience Facility. It's on the website of the European Commission. And in that scoreboard, you will find information concerning member states, concerning pillar implementation, but also thematic fishes. And in these thematic fishes, we have tried to bring forward a specific elements, areas, such as employment, labor market, precisely, social protection, healthcare, education, and then, of course, modernization of public administration, on the green, on the digital. And we are publishing them from time to time, so they take into consideration the specific measures in the plan. So, to be more concrete, equal opportunities and access to the labor market, education element. So, here, the first bullet point links to the COVID situation, where many schools were closed and there was a need to catch up classes, in particular for disadvantaged students. So in some of the plans, we have specific investments that deal with that situation. Also, we have measures more horizontal and transformative nature, let's say, which relate to inclusive education, linked to early school leaving prevention, very important problem in several member states, and the element of equal access to digital education. Also, you see in the third valid point, the quality of education is very important, and there is a clear goal in order to make this education affordable. Also at early childhood education and care, to upgrade infrastructures, also taking into consideration digital green transitions, and to have more links between academia and private sector, in the sense that education should help people integrate in the labor market. In the next slide, we see more specific measures linked to labor market and skills. So the first bullet point is linked also to this discontinuation of temporary support measures that were in most member states during the pandemic. And so the plans include some measures concerning hiring subsidies to help reintegrating workers. Reforms on the public employment service are very important in order to help the job seekers to find jobs. And to activate the fact that they have to find jobs. And here, well, to say that reforms in general are considered very important for the European Commission. No, it's not, the RF is not just money, just investments, money going to the member state for investments. We need reforms because the reforms will help those investments to have a long-lasting impact. And the reforms are the structural and transformative elements of these plans that will help asset the investments to produce more effects, more impacts. And this is the goal of the resilience. So on labor market inclusion, as you know also, you might know, in the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the gender balance element is highlighted, so member states have to take this into consideration. And in all the measures, some of them have taken it more seriously in the sense that they have really specific measures in order to support the participation of women or more vulnerable people with disabilities or elder workers. In other member states, the measures are very broad, but when implementing them, they will have to take this, of course, into consideration. And then, as highlighted in the panel this morning, in order to prepare for the green and digital transition, skills are key. So there is a lot of reform and investment on skills in the plans. So kind of skills demand forecast, upskilling and reskilling opportunities, vocational training reform to match supply and demand, as I was highlighting. Then we have the area of fair working condition, in which specific plans include some measures. So one of the measures is the protection of vulnerable atypical workers. Also, to support and strengthen open-ended contracts and reduce segmentation. And here I can highlight, for instance, in Spain, this was one of the key reforms that has been passed, and with the agreement of the social partners, and I will talk about this later, and it's proving its results. Then we have, of course, elements linked to investment on more secure workplaces, health security issues, workplace adaptation for disabled workers, the fight against fraud on undeclared work, modernization of collective bargaining, and also measures linked to wages, organization, and recruitment of civil service. On social protection, we have specific measures on inclusion, so social protection and integration of vulnerable groups, reforms of minimum income schemes in some member states, following some of the country-specific recommendations I highlighted before, and also, well, the housing, the social housing is very important. Building on resilience, we have the energy efficiency program of social housing as highlighted, and also the necessary reforms and investments for this social housing, and the improvement of access to social services. And then my last slide, and you have seen I've said a lot already on social aspects, kind of more direct social aspects, because as highlighted by MEP Pislaru, indirectly the plans cover many more elements. So the last slide relates to health and long-term care. So here we have measures, investments, and reforms leading towards the strengthening of the resilience of the healthcare systems. So reorganizing healthcare systems, improving hospital infrastructure, deploying e-health, digital transition directly linked, and also addressing shortages of health workforce. Second key chapter in this area is improving access to a cost efficiency of healthcare. And here it means in many countries to improve primary health care and shift to outpatient care, hospital network modernization, scaling up prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and rebalancing also the regional distribution of service. We have a lot of measures in this regard. And yesterday night, well, it was early this morning because the plane was delayed, we came back from Lisbon. And this was one of the key reforms that on which they are working linked to the plan. And the last element that I'm highlighting is long-term care. Here, as mentioned before, the deinstitutionalization strategy is key for the long-term care. Also community nursing and new technologies from home care. So this is in terms of the content. What I would like to highlight is the issue of participation of stakeholders in the design and the implementation, as MEP Pislaru mentioned, of this plan. So we have seen diversity, and you know in your respective countries how much a given member state has been proactive in consulting stakeholders, social partners, and civil society in general. We know that there is a lot of discontent in this regard, and we keep pushing member states, please engage, because it's important for the effective implementation of all these measures, being investments and reforms. It's very important that there is a feeling of ownership, that these reforms and investments are needed for the country, and that everybody, I mean, in terms of reforms, social partners should be involved in accordance to the rules, of course, at national level, but it provides more warranty of success if, when drafting a key reform like labor market reform, pension reform, social partners are involved. But it's not only this type of reforms, because when we talk about social housing, it's very important to have an understanding of where this social housing is necessary. And it's stakeholders, social partners, civil society, who can, and local authorities and regional authorities, who can have a say on these elements. And then when we talk about involvement of civil society, social partners, we from the Commission side, we are also meeting with stakeholders at national level. So I was highlighting that yesterday we were in Lisbon. This mission to Lisbon was in the framework of the annual event. In all member states, we will organize an annual event with the national authorities to discuss the state of play of the implementation of the RRF. And so we have, for instance, Lisbon was a big conference, and then we had also European Commission without the authorities, discussions with social partners and civil society. So we consider ourselves that, as said, is key in order to make sure that the plans are implemented in an effective, efficient way, but also is key for the European Commission that stakeholders, social partners, they tell us when they find problems, when there are issues that they consider that are not going in the right direction. And this right direction thing that I was mentioning, I'm referring to the content of the Council implementing decision. So this Council implementing decision endorsing each individual plan is the contract between the European Union and the member state. So the EU funds from the RRF will be disbursed to the member state only when they comply with all the elements, with all the descriptions of the measures that are in the Council implementing decisions. And these Council implementing decisions, I don't know whether you have seen any, are 300, 400 pages documents. So it's quite detailed. And it's important that also stakeholders, social partners, NGOs, they understand that this is the contract that has to be implemented. And therefore, there is margin of maneuver in terms of how to implement those objectives, but those objectives have been fixed. And it's important to take this into consideration also when providing input to the authorities, because also we call on civil society, social partners to be very proactive towards the national authorities in terms of transmitting. If the authorities are not proactive in consulting you, you should be proactive in going towards them in order to, as said, to make sure that there is this ownership, because it's a lot of funding, EU level. It's the first time we have this type of facility, a performance-based facility, and we all want this to be a success. So, sorry, it was a bit longer than what I had expected, but I hope that this has been interesting for you in terms of which are the measures that will contribute to the social transformation, that's transformative social measures in the plans to become more resilient and to have a more fair and sustainable society. So now, if you agree, I would like to have a bit of debate with you. So you can ask questions to me, you can interact amongst yourselves, and I would appreciate, because I don't know you, if you could give your name and the entity that you are representing. Thank you. Oh, well. It's a workshop, huh? We are together here, so. So, yes, please. I think, there is a mic, or? Yeah, thank you.
So thank you for your contribution. It was really interesting. What I was thinking that already the country-specific recommendation cover only 40% are related to employment, social inclusion. I will say that way less is dedicated to social inclusion and social protection. On the other hand, for the recovery, only 14% is dedicated to social protection, social inclusion. I will say that this seems to be a little bit less than I was expecting. given the fact that the transformation, the digital transformation, the green transformation bring with them problems of social exclusion and lack of social protection. So don't you think that there should be more interest? It should have been deeper for social protection and social inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, well, so 2 ways to answer. First one, the design of the plan was done by each single member state. So we had some assessment criteria, including addressing all or a significant subset of CSR, and that's what the member states have done, and that's what we have checked. But it's on the side of the member states. So, as highlighted, in terms of percentage for allocation for specific policies, the co-legislators agreed to have it only for the green and the digital. For the social, there was nothing, 30%, we ended up with around 30%, which is quite good. I mean, you mentioned specific area where there is only 14%. Okay, so this is the first element of my answer. Second element, the RRF is very important, but it cannot solve all problems. And as you know, before the RRF was created, structural funds were already there. And structural funds are contributing a lot to social elements. And it's to be taken into consideration. No, some member states, because it's a national decision, some member states decided to have more in the RRF in terms of social aspects. Others will have, for instance, social housing. It's an element. Others, they say, no, we prefer to deal with these investments under the structural funds. So at the end of the day, we'll have to look at these comprehensive elements. Also, it has been mentioned this morning, the Just Transition Fund, no? Just the social. So there are elements. So in terms of EU funds, there will be a lot, and I hope that we'll be able to do an ex-post assessment of the impacts of all the EU MFF for this period in terms of how it has contributed to the different areas. Thank you. Yes, so the mic here, please. Sorry.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Elizabeth Kuiper, working for the European Policy Center and leading the Social Europe and Wellbeing Program. So many thanks for your interesting presentation and the opportunity for exchange, because I would like to come back to what you said about the indicators. Because as far as I know, the indicators that you use for the RFF and for the semester are different. Probably the structural funds that you mentioned also have their own sets of indicators. Yeah. So going forward, perhaps in order to have a clear picture of what the Commission is trying to achieve in terms of measuring your outcomes, is the Commission reflecting on perhaps bundling or streamlining these indicators? And then my second question, if I may, is about the transparency about national level, because at some point you mentioned the importance of working with national stakeholders. Is there actually an overview of who benefits at national level?
Mm-hmm. Very good. Thank you. So concerning the indicators, well, the ones I mentioned are the specific ones for the RRF, but it's clear that when we were setting them internally in the Commission, we were discussing with all the relevant services in the Commission, you know, how we approach things in the European Commission. The point is that for each of the instruments, the RRF, structural funds, we want to have, and this comes from the regulation itself, a specific set of indicators for that instrument. But I fully agree that there is a need to, as I was highlighting before in my reply on the complementarity with other funds, other EU funds, there is a need at a given stage to have a comprehensive. So I don't know how this will be done. I don't know whether it will be the Commission, will be the think tanks. I don't have the answer, but I agree with your remark about the need to have a clear overview. And this is linked to the transparency that you highlighted. No? It's very important that everybody is able to monitor what is happening. What is happening in terms of implementation of milestones and targets, reforms and investments, which is this performance nature of the Recovery and Resilience Facility. So that's what we intend to do in our scoreboard. But it's, as said, performance-based, milestones and targets is not the execution of the money going to the specific final beneficiary. That's something that it's not under the RRF regulation, but it's something that we are asking, and for instance, yesterday I was saying this to a big audience and the Portuguese authorities, to bring forward transparent rules in order to prove to the citizens how this money has been used, who has received the money, the execution of the budget. And I know that there are some NGOs also in terms of open government that are pushing for this type of more transparency about who benefits. And then just a remark also about who is benefiting, because I said we from the European Commission under the RRF, we just have this monitoring of the implementation of milestones and targets, but member states have the obligation to keep all data about final beneficiaries, contractors, subcontractors, and also the beneficiary owners. This is Article 22 in the regulation, obliges member states to do that, and that for the purpose of audit and control at national level, but also at European level, ECA, OLAF, European Commission, EPPO. So member states have this data. The point is that the regulation doesn't oblige them to publish it. Yes, please.
Michael Freitag from Europe was the employment industry social partner for temporary agency work. I have a question on your reference to Spain and the promotion of open-ended contracts. Are you reflecting in the reform plans about the dilemma between open-ended contracts providing security, but also the need toward more job propositions in diverse forms of work, so via temporary agency work, via fixed-term contracts, and on a holistic approach on getting to that point, via training, via involvement of social partners, via cooperation between employment services? And second question to that, how can we strengthen the involvement of social partners throughout the implementation phase? Because we, as social partner for agency work, we have issued, beginning of this year, joint recommendations, Union Europa and WC Europe, on towards more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient labor markets. So you see the wordings of the Commission are reflected there. And one of our key conclusions was more involvement of agency work can actually benefit making transitions sustainable, because the open-ended contracts can be a solution, but very often they are also not the real solution, because they are often, like in Germany, more easily to terminate than the fixed-term contracts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. So these labor market reforms are very difficult. And for instance, the one that has been passed in Spain at the beginning of this year was very difficult, but there was an agreement between social partners. And actually, what we included in the Council implementing decision, in the document, was the objective to be achieved, but not the how to achieve it. And we included also a sentence saying, taking into account the outcome of discussion with social partners. So in this regard, what the measure is to be designed by the member state. We know which is the objective to be achieved, and in Spain was this high segmentation and the need to reduce unemployment and to find a way to activate the labor markets, but we don't enter into the specific substance. So, but that's why my call always when talking to stakeholders, social partners, is to say, go to the authorities. They are in charge. We are not dictating. I mean, we from the European Commission, as you know, we are initiating the legislation, regulations, directives. There we can say to the member state how to do something. But in the framework of these measures, we are not. And I'm sure that my colleagues in DG Employment are discussing precisely the elements that you are mentioning, but it's not something that we have kind of interfere into the discussions with social partners in Spain. No, we don't interfere. Spain authorities discuss with the Spanish social partners, they reach an agreement we have assessed this agreement. We consider it fulfills the objectives of the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and therefore we have considered it positively. So that's the approach we are taking. But it's clear that any proactive action as the one you have undertaken and to inform the European Commission, but also, of course, the national authorities, is important for them to be aware of the different perspectives and point of view. Thank you. Yes, please.
Hello, thank you also from me for the very nice presentation. I'm Oliver Denk, I'm working at the OECD. Just going beyond the social aspects of the RRF, I'd just like to understand, basically this instrument was created during the COVID crisis, when there was a big drop in economic activity. And my sense at the time was that this was also, taking a macroeconomic perspective, a way to stimulate demand and support economic activity in EU countries. Now, at the moment, we are in a very different situation where we see significant labor shortages across different sectors in the economy. Inflation is much higher than it has been for a good while, which all indicates there's not demand deficiency, but we actually were hit by a supply shock also through Russia's war against Ukraine. And so in this situation, I'm wondering, about the, do we want to have, or let's say, do we have to rethink the suitability of having a debt finance stimulus package, essentially, which was the original idea. At least, it came at the COVID crisis, and I don't think that was a coincidence, right? So I'd like to hear your views on, to what extent is it also a demand boost? Because maybe that's less what we need now. To what extent is it about, preparing sort of the economy and the EU economies for the future, in a sense, and therefore improving supply?
Mm-hmm. No, very good question in terms of the philosophy behind what is the RRF. Because it's true, the RRF came at COVID crisis, but it's true that the RRF is not an emergency measure. There were other measures, such as SURE and other InvestEU, that were designed for the emergency moment. The RRF was conceived for not just kind of recovery, as you were saying, to activate support demand, but also resilience. And actually, we are focusing more on the resilience, next generation EU. So to make sure that the structural transformative reforms and investments are introduced, than on direct support to the economy. So the support to the economy comes through all these structural reforms, changing business environment, facilitating, and even, for instance, on green transition or renewables, we are asking member states to permitting to facilitate, reduce red tape, not only in this area, but in all the areas that will support, activate the reform, than giving direct money to the companies. It's true that some of the measures in some of the plans provide guarantees to companies to help them invest, in particular in innovative areas. They have created, member states, some measures to recapitalize companies in order to move ahead. And also, in reality, for some areas, we can say it really supports the demand, no? Because when we talk about green or digitalisation, I mean, there are specific sectors where clearly it's hitting the market in a way. I mean, now what you highlighted about inflation with investments in infrastructure or social housing that we have in the plans, some member states are struggling. And this is one of the reasons why in the last EUCO, the European Summit, there was even a discussion at the heads of state level about this, what to do, because we, Commission, we say the plans should not be changed only if there are clear objective circumstances to do so. And of course, now we will enter with member states into a case-by-case discussion whether for a specific given measure there is a real problem in terms of supply chain or in terms of inflation. But no, the initial kind of reply to your question is that Recovery and Resilience Facility, even if developed at the COVID times, was not considered to give just money to the member states or directly to the companies. And this is actually something that we see that has not been well understood yet by the businesses, because again, this discussion in Lisbon, so when we were talking with social partners, business associations were telling us, we have not seen the money yet, it has not reached us. And we're telling, well, this is not how it works. Have you done anything yet? And they said no. So it's performance-based. Will be these milestones and targets, and at the end, the money will reach them. But what is very important is, as I said, these reforms and the structure. No, the structural transformative reforms that will help the countries to become more resilient from a social, economic perspective. Any other question from your side? And now, well, just to mention, because you mentioned, of course, inflation, and it's linked to the war in Ukraine, the invasion of Russia, by Russia of Ukraine. The European Commission proposed in May this REPowerEU action plan. And one of the measures is to modify the recovery and resilience plans to include a REPowerEU chapter in order to help this emergency situation in terms of the supply of energy, but also to accelerate the renewables. And there, in that part, because there is a proposal from the Commission being discussed now in the European Parliament and the Council, and for instance, when we talk about social, the skills are a very important element also of this REPowerEU proposal. And a key element, of course, is, and it's linked to the need to reskill and upskill workers, shortages of workers in key areas. So we need to match what is the need with what are kind of the studies or experience of the workers, and it's absolutely necessary to upskill and reskill workers, and also citizens in general, when we talk about digitalisation, for instance.
I mean, I would have, is it still on? Yeah. I would have one more question if nobody else wants to comment. So this, the facility supports projects in member countries, and I'm wondering, these are specific projects in a sense. Is there some thinking behind that this sort of creates a multiply effect that, okay, countries see this is, really working, and now we invest ourselves in similar projects? Is this, to what extent is this part of the thinking behind the projects that are being well supported by the EU?
No, this is happening, what you are just saying. And again, well, I'm mentioning Lisbon because I was there yesterday. So one of the initiatives by the Portuguese authorities that they introduced in the plan was what they call innovative agendas, for specific projects, including SMEs, big companies in innovative areas. And when they did the call, they received hundreds of requests, when in the plan it is set to support 10. So what they are telling us is that now, as well, yesterday also the European Commission published this revision of the allocation of grants for each member state, and Portugal is one of the member states who is going to get additional grants. And they say, we want to use this money for these projects, and actually we are going to use also national budget for these projects, in order to make sure that all the demand that they consider, they have to assess it, of course, but what they consider useful, important, so it can happen. So yes, it has helped member states to focus a bit more on what can help them to become more resilient and to have this sustainable and first just growth in Europe. Very good. So, well, we were set 20 past 11. So I don't know whether you have any other question. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stay for the conclusions, but I will draft some elements that will be mentioned by the moderator of all these 2 days, Christine. So just now I will be sitting around here trying to draft these things. If you have any additional question, please do not hesitate to come to me. And as you know, in the European Commission, there is an additional question. In the European Commission, we are always open to receive your questions. But there is an additional question, please. The mic?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm from Portugal. My name is Pedro Cola. I'm here because I'm a representative of SNKTB, which is one of the trade unions on the banking sector. I'm afraid you must control the money on Portugal because there are very, very low transparency.
No. You see, I highlighted on the question linked to transparency. I highlighted the RRF in terms of public transparency says something, but in terms of what the member has to do.
But when the control are on the national authorities in countries like Portugal and other ones, but I'm referring here my country, it's a problem. Probably will be a problem.
No, okay. Just to say, this Article 22 in the regulation introduces the obligation for the member state to prevent and solve problems linked to corruption, fraud, conflicts of interest, double funding, and they have to set up the system to control, and will be auditing them, and the European Court of Auditors will be auditing. So there will be a lot of control in all member states. So, well, you mentioned Portugal. We know in the media there were specific issues, but it's something which we are paying a lot of attention, because we have to protect the EU financial interest. I mean, these EU funds are our funds. We all pay taxes. So it's really, it belongs to all of us. So we want all to make sure that this is well used, and it has to be well used. Otherwise, the member states will be penalized. There are the rules established in the regulation.
Thank you.
Welcome. Very good. So we can close, and there is a coffee break. I hope you enjoy it. So, but as I said, I will be sitting now on the front row to write something for Kirsten. Thank you.
Il y a une microphone.
Vous voulez un deuxième? Il y a un deuxième.
Okay, so we can start. I'm really delighted to see so many of you here, and welcoming everyone to this late morning session. It's the last round of workshops at the CESI and Bertelsmann Stiftung Summer Days. So this round goes under the theme Social Fairness Beyond the Recovery and Resilience Facility. And the particular theme for this workshop is creating inclusive labor markets. Are we ready to seize the moment? We should really be trying to make it an interactive workshop, and I think it would work best if, like yesterday, you could move more to the front. So I would say, it would be really great if, let's say, we focus on the first 3 or 4 rows, and then we are all closer together, make it more intimate, as in the smaller room sessions downstairs, for example. I think that, thanks a lot. I think it will make a better experience for all of us. So I'm Oliver Denk. I'm a senior economist at the OECD, in particular in the Jobs and Income Division. So I'm a colleague of Mark, who we heard from this morning, Mark Keys, who also works at the OECD. One of the areas of my work is the employment outlook, the OECD employment outlook. It's one of the flagship publications of the OECD. It's going to come out in September this year. And so what I'm going to do in the first few minutes to sort of help break the ice and frame this workshop and motivate the questions we may want to discuss is to draw on some of the work that I and we have been doing for the employment outlook. Now, so basically, the idea for the workshop is to talk about inclusive labor markets and policies for inclusive labor markets, and in particular also the role of the social partners to create more inclusive labor markets. But for this, it's useful to understand where we stand at the moment. So where does labor market and social policy actually stand as we speak in 2022? And so, lots of speakers already mentioned there are many different short-term and long-term factors that are important here. Still, the COVID recovery, the Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, and also long-term factors, in particular digital, green, and aging. I will have one slide. So, with your permission, so to speak, I will take 5 slides each on the policy measures that I've put down on the bullets here to sort of set the scene where policy is standing at the moment. And the policies I'm focusing on are job retention schemes. So that means short-time work schemes and related schemes that were, very important during the COVID crisis. And the question is, where do these schemes stand at the moment, now that we are, close to 2.5 years since the onset of the crisis? Then I will briefly talk about unemployment benefit schemes, active labor market policies, and policies for frontline workers. So frontline workers are workers that really rose to prominence during the COVID crisis. These are workers in contact-intensive services. So the typical example are healthcare workers or long-term care workers. And so here, I think it's very important to think about the job quality aspects for frontline workers, and I'll present on the slide I have some of the policy measures that countries have taken in this area. And finally, in the current context of high inflation, a lot of countries have taken energy support measures, and I'll give a brief overview on that. Once I'm through these 5 policy areas, I will then, I will have a good number of questions where I hope we can create a discussion in the group here. And there will be 3 blocks of questions. Maybe we only manage the first block, maybe we reach the second block or even the third block. But I was certainly told we have to stop sharp, I think, at, what was it? 11:45, I think. So in 50 minutes, that should be okay. So we'll start with job retention schemes. Now, as I said, this is a more general expression for, in particular, short-time work schemes. Some countries had these schemes in place, but other countries introduced them newly during the COVID crisis. And so here, what you can see are if you focus on the diamonds, they should be dark blue diamonds, these were the peak levels of the take-up of job retention schemes as a percentage of the employed population, okay? So basically, if you look at the diamonds, there are 2 red ones, OECD and EU, they are around 20%. So every 5th worker was in a short-time work scheme at the peak of the crisis in Europe, and also in the OECD more broadly. So for those of you who don't know, the OECD also includes most EU countries, but also countries beyond the EU, like Australia, Korea, Japan, US, Canada, and also Mexico, Chile, and so on. So all OECD countries are depicted here. Countries that are beyond the European countries, as similar as it can get, if you want, to EU countries, so a good comparison group. Now, what you see in the bars there is that take-up is much reduced now. It's around 1.2, 1.5%, so it's really low on average. And there are 2 maybe exceptions, Ireland and the country we are in at the moment, which is Belgium. So these are the latest data. There are 2 reasons for why this has fallen so much. One is, of course, a very swift and strong recovery from COVID, so that reduced the demand for people wanting to be on job retention schemes or short-time work. But the other reason is also that a lot of countries that introduced the schemes terminated them. So then they don't exist anymore, and so take-up is 0, and these are the countries on the left of this chart. Yeah. So and also some other countries reduced access to job retention schemes. Now, we're in the context of inclusive labor markets, job retention schemes are important because basically they help, especially those people who had difficulty of staying in employment during the crisis. So it's really those that were vulnerable, sort of, to losing their job. So job retention schemes were one line of defense. The other line of defense during the crisis were unemployment benefit schemes. And also there, like with job retention schemes, we saw big extensions of, in terms of access to unemployment benefits. So it was easier to get unemployment benefits. So for example, people with insufficient contribution records had now access to unemployment benefits. We also saw higher payments, longer duration, that meant long-term unemployed were longer covered. And this was in part because unemployment increased. So the next chart here shows unemployment rates at 3 different points essentially. So the light blue diamond in the legend in the middle is the level the pre-crisis. So this was in December 2019. And the latest is the bar, the dark blue bar. And then we see the peak, which is the dark blue diamond, the peak during the crisis. And if we focus on OECD in EU, the averages in red, we can see actually that in the latest data from April 2022, which is 2 months ago, unemployment rates were even slightly lower than they were before the crisis. So again, a very healthy, strong recovery, on average at least. Yeah? And we should keep in mind that unemployment rates were already low when we went into the COVID crisis. At least they were in a decade-long, the minimum level over the decade after the global financial crisis. And again, there are two reasons. One is the healthy recovery. So, people demand, there are fewer people who claim unemployment benefits. But also, our analysis shows that most of these crisis measures have been rolled back. So, that widened access, that increased generosity, increased duration, most of these measures have been rolled back. Yeah? So taking together job retention, unemployment benefit schemes, we see that most crisis measures have been rolled back. But this is not the case for all policies, and that brings me to the active labor market policies. So this includes, so here actually we distinguish into two types of active labor market policies. On the left, it's labor market services. So that refers especially to job search training by public employment services. And on the right, it's active labor market measures. So this is in particular training and employment incentives. And what this chart shows, both for 2020 and 2021, the share of OECD countries that increased their budget on active labor market policies. And so both in 2020 and 2021, there were quite large increases in ALMP budget. And we have preliminary data for 2022 as well. And I can say that also there we see more countries increasing their budgets than reducing it. And that's really, in a sense, surprising, because the chart before, we saw that unemployment rates are now lower than they used to be pre-crisis, and still, budgets for active labor market policies remain high. Now, one reason, there are various reasons for that, but one of them is that there's a strong need coming out of the COVID crisis to support worker reallocation across sectors. So that's clearly, and also what we see is significant worker shortages in certain segments, and that's exactly where the role of the public employment services and the active labor market policies more broadly in terms of upskilling, reskilling comes in. Now, one area that is seeing particular labor shortages, in fact, are the frontline workers. Yeah? So that brings me to this slide here. Here, there are different types of frontline work. These are really sectoral, different sectors. Healthcare is the typical example, long-term care as well, but also fire service, police, schools, as well. I mean, there were some shutdowns initially during the crisis, but nevertheless, this is very contact-intensive job. Retail, hospitality, tourism, there were big shutdowns, but nevertheless, these are contact-intensive, very clearly, and transport. And these are data we've been compiling, and we wanted to see what have countries actually done to protect frontline workers from the higher health risks from COVID, but also to improve their job quality more generally. And so the first bars here show vaccination and testing requirements. This is with the objective to protect workers who work at the front line. What really stands out is a lot of countries in healthcare have awarded one-off crisis rewards. So nearly 4 in 5 OECD countries have done that. Now this is clearly a valuable measure, but it's not a permanent increase in pay. This is a one-off reward. When we look at permanent increases in pay, or new initiatives to do so, we don't see so many. Well, in healthcare, it's 40%. This is the last column. Long-term care, 30%, and essentially non-existent for the other frontline jobs. But even there are often shortages, significant shortages present at the moment. So we don't really see from these policy measures. We see that a lot of countries have taken measures, but it's not evident that this will solve problems of low pay, long working hours in many of these jobs, which in a sense have become even riskier with the COVID crisis due to the high exposure to the virus. Now, the last area of policies I'm going to talk about, and then I will try to launch the discussion with all of us, is motivated by the current high inflation environment, and in particular high energy prices. And so because this is where we have good data at the OECD, and so essentially what we have been looking at is have countries taken measures to help people cope with the rise in higher energy prices? And the answer is effectively all OECD countries took measures, different measures. Some took income support measures. That means transfers to people, yeah? Or it means tax reductions. But there were also price support measures, and in fact, they were much more common. So price reductions, for example, or indirect tax reductions, or price regulations. So these different bars show the share of OECD countries that adopted the various types of instrument. I mean, the overall message that this chart is trying to convey is that there have been a lot of measures to help people cope with higher energy prices. There's a difference between targeted measures and non-targeted measures. Targeted measures cost less, for one, fiscally. They aim to help those who need it the most. And in a sense, purely from a cost point of view, also for other reasons that we can discuss later, they may be preferable to non-targeted measures. But overall, we see actually more measures were not targeted than targeted. Yeah. So this was a brief summary of the policies as they are currently, as we speak, sort of. Now the question for us, and where I'd like to initiate a discussion on, and I'm, as Nathan yesterday, I'm staying downstairs in the hope of generating, a discussion and a conversation here, is where should policies be heading? Yeah? So this is where they are, and where should policies be heading? In mind, having in mind one, to create more inclusive labor markets, and how can the social partners take part in that? What can be their role to make labor markets more inclusive? I put together on the next 3 slides 3 blocks of possible questions we can discuss. They would be on the themes that I've presented. If you have other themes you'd like to talk about, totally welcome, of course. But I would suggest to focus on the themes that I've laid out over the past 5 slides, which were the job retention schemes, unemployment benefits, active labor market policies, frontline workers, and policies in the context of higher inflation. And I would like to start actually with the last one, in the current context of high inflation. It's something that has come up a lot over the last 24 hours, but we didn't really, I think, go down and try to nail it. What does it then mean for social partners and for wage setting? And so this is the This is the first block of questions I thought. So going beyond, in a sense, energy support measures, but more broadly thinking about, what labor market and social policies can help avoid a cost of living crisis. Yeah? And I call it a cost of living crisis because actually for many people it is a big problem, right? And so I don't say we are in a cost of living crisis, but there's a risk. We are getting there. And so how should we deal with it? What can collective bargaining do? In the end, a key function is wage negotiations for collective bargaining. So there will be a very crucial role for collective bargaining. Minimum wages, how can they help to avoid that the most vulnerable or the workers most vulnerable are the most affected by this crisis, potential crisis, and what can transfers and potentially taxes do? Okay, so this is a specific focus, but I think this is really the issue of the day in a sense, and so I'd like to kickstart the discussion here, and I'm opening up for any comments on what should collective bargaining, social dialogue, wage negotiations, what can they do in the current context of high inflation? What should they do? And maybe, if some of you know of recent negotiations, have there been some initiatives that are pointing in a certain direction? Are wages going to increase in line with inflation, less than inflation, more than inflation? Anyone in the room who knows about it or thinks what should be done or what has been done, that would be great to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really interesting, and I think you're in the heart of the question. The first question is about collective bargaining, the second one about minimum wages. Okay. We're doing this in France quite a lot. Sometimes it's successful, sometimes it's less successful. But one argument which is currently opposed to our demands mainly about wages. We are in a period of high inflation. If you raise the minimum wages, there will be an effect on other wages, of course, okay? If the minimum wage in France gets to 1,500 euros, the ones who already earn 1,500 euros will want to earn more, and which is perfectly legitimate. But then the answer, partly from the government, but also from the employer, is it's impossible, because if we raise the wages, we will make inflation even worse, because if wages are higher, prices are higher, and it's a vicious circle. So, and we systematically have this answer, okay, we will raise your salaries a little bit, but not much, because it may be inflation creating. What is the reality? What do you know at the OECD about this kind of, I don't know how to say in English, a deaf dialogue? None of the parts hears what the other parts say.
Okay, good. Maybe we let him speak as well.
Thank you. Also, thanks for your very interesting analysis which you share with us. From the Netherlands, where I come from, I can give you two examples from my colleagues, which we try to do. In collective bargaining, in the last few months, we have more agreements on which there's not only a percentage of wage increase, but also an amount of euros in increase. And that is for the lower incomes relatively much more. For example, 50 euros increase for everyone, which helps the minimum paid people a lot. So we have a collective agreement on 4% a year, for example, but it's for the minimum wage people more than 10%, and that's very good. About the minimum wages, we try to raise the minimum wage on a national level by legislation, of course. and we succeed in doing so. But one thing we also wanted, and which we accomplished, is that we will have a minimum wage per hour in the Netherlands. So that is for employers not possible to play with 40 hours, 36 hours, or other amounts of hours you have to work, which also increases the minimum wage for people.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just would have a follow-up question to you directly. Yeah. You mentioned a euro amount instead of a % increase in wages in the Netherlands. Could you be precise in which sectors? Is this in most sectors, or is it specific sectors, or is everyone following this? Because in fact, I know of the German chemical sector, and there, to my information, that has followed exactly the same idea. It is giving 1,400 euros to every employee, and this is not a percentage increase; it's a one-off payment. Wage negotiations will take later or postponed to the end of the year, but this is the 1,400 euros are more in terms of percent, as you say, for low-paid workers, because everybody gets the same. But for the low-paid workers, 1,400 euros is more in terms of percent of their wages than for others. And this is really something, you asked what the OECD is thinking about. This is really something we see as a good practice example. And so I'm aware of the German chemical sector, but I'd be very interested to hear what particular sectors it is in the Netherlands as well, or the whole country. I mean,
now, for example, 2 weeks ago we had an agreement about. It took a year. It was awful. The defense collective agreement for the defense soldiers, but also the civilians working for the Ministry of Defense. And there's a great shortage of people who want to become a soldier or want to work, or technical people. So it was an amount of 70 euros a month, an increase, plus a percentage. Yeah. And also, but that's temporarily, an amount of let's say 1,000 euros extra, but that's just for 1 year and won't come back to the year after. We have to negotiate again. But the increase is a structural increase.
So the 7 euros are permanent? 70 are permanent even?
Yeah. Yes,
okay,
of course.
okay. So, because the example I know of the German chemical sector, this was a one-off payment, which you mentioned is also happening. But besides that, there is a permanent euro increase that is the same for all workers?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, okay.
So many thanks also from my side for the very rich presentation. I know a little bit more about how the short-time work schemes worked during the two crises. So I was wondering now, okay, which kind of measure we can implement? Because we know the short-time work schemes worked in different ways. So now how can we now support workers, taking into account first that, as said, low wages are more impacted now by inflation than high wage. So I'm raising just a question, wondering like a lump sum, is it good? Yes, no. If it doesn't come with a guarantee of a minimum wage, because what we see in some countries, especially in Central Eastern Europe, the short-term work schemes didn't have a lower bound. They were not linked to at least to the minimum wage, and this obviously led to some sub-wage were not even living with this income support. So one of the things that we noticed for short-term work schemes is that in some countries you had a lower bound that were maybe linked to the minimum wage. In some other countries you did not have, and this obviously has impacted on the effectiveness of this scheme. So today one of the key questions that we have really to ask is, shall we give a lump sum to support low wages, but should we also link it to a minimum wage, and how we calculate obviously the minimum wage on that? And there, obviously, the question is a role of collective bargaining, because in short-time work schemes, in some countries you had no binding agreements, some countries it was just consultation, in some other countries. And then the other risk is what we have seen positively, I think, with short-term work schemes in the COVID, is that the scope has been quite broadened in terms of employment contract have been enlarged also to non-standard works, etc. So now we were talking. Your example is quite good. Chemical sector is quite, I think, protected by collective agreement. I guess this has facilitated finding a solution. This will obviously work the same way in other sectors that are already covered by collective agreement. How we can protect outsider, let's say, or less protected work. So I don't have a solution, but I wanted just to raise a couple of questions in the debate.
I actually didn't want to say something, but just pointed on you. But maybe.
I wanted to give you the mic.
Thank you very much. Maybe I say something about the taxes, because you pointed out indirect taxes and direct taxes. And I think when we're talking direct taxes, those who are hit most by energy poverty won't possibly not even pay taxes. So we have to discuss some kind of negative taxes in that respect. And about indirect taxes, I'm not sure if you can target them well enough so that they really have any impact on those who are hit by energy poverty. You must really think about a very good targeting.
Someone else who wants to, anyone else? Yeah? And then I can
Thank you.
say some comments as well.
Well, thanks very much for the good food for thought. My name is Elizabeth Kuiper, working for the European Policy Center. I think it's really interesting to have this discussion because from a lot of contributions from participants, it's already quite clear that there's only so much that the EU can do, because a lot of these social policies, after all, are national policies. And also a previous workshop that I attended was very much about, can the Commission not make, for example, collective bargaining conditional for certain countries, or in general making it conditional so that certain countries really get incentivized? Because I'm not an expert on collective bargaining, but I know that, for example, some Eastern European countries hardly do that. So if you were to make indeed these conditional, would that not help?
Okay, all great points that you've been raising. Thanks a lot for the contributions. On the, I think on your point first, in terms of, well, you know, this vicious cycle from higher prices to higher wages to higher prices. Absolutely, it's a concern. At the OECD, we also refer to it as the wage price spiral. That's another expression that has been used for this context. Essentially, this is what happened in the 1970s, that wages followed prices and prices kept increasing. In the 1970s, it was quite common to have automatic wage indexation in collective agreements. And this is much less the case today than it used to be. And so, in a sense, this reduces the scope or the chance, or the risks of a wage price spiral. It doesn't mean that it cannot happen. It all depends on you know, what will come out of wage negotiations or wage formation more generally. It can still happen. I'm just saying there's no automatic mechanism that would lead necessarily to a wage price spiral, which is different to the 1970s. Yeah. What is, I think the key emphasis here is, and I'm coming back to this, is to try, okay, we want to maintain wages, of course, wage growth, so that, you know, that people can make ends meet, but it's particularly for those at the lower end, the low paid, where it's a problem, and that's why having somehow ways of channeling funds to them through higher, well, through collective bargaining, actually, the example we mentioned, through the same amounts of payments to everybody through minimum wages or through transfers can help. Now, on your issue, the minimum wage, if I understood it correctly, you said if the minimum wage increases, there's a risk of wages fueling prices as well, because minimum wage is a signal, if it increases very strongly, that other wages follow. Is this this was your point as well, right?
The answers that we get.
Yeah. From whom? From employers. Now, I think this, in a sense, is to some extent understandable. I think there's some, it is clear that minimum wage doesn't just affect people right at the minimum wage, but is also spilling over to wage levels that are close to the minimum wage. So it's certainly something that should be considered. I mean, that raising the minimum wage has no other effects on wage inflation elsewhere would be not the right thing to do. So this is certainly something to be taken into account. How strong it is and what then it means for the final answer is something else. But it's certainly, let's say, a valid point in my view. To some extent, I mean, it's something that is happening, right? In terms of transfers, I think you mentioned the example, one of you, on the, you mentioned it, I think, on the indirect tax reductions. In a sense, this goes counter to a number of objectives we should have, in a sense, where we are now, we want, well, for one, this crisis, or like with the war, this is also a supply shock in economic terms, right? So a supply shock meaning there's less energy to produce stuff, and therefore it's more difficult to produce stuff. So it's more difficult to produce as much as we could produce before. So in this sense, it's a supply shock, and therefore higher inflation is not surprising in a sense, because supply has now fallen. Now, if we make indirect tax reductions, in some sense, it's an boost to demand. Okay, so it's a boost to demand, which, in a sense, would increase prices further. So it's not something you necessarily want to do when inflation is already high. But at the same time, it would, some people really have difficulty, and therefore this is where you can. This is where you can try to channel your funds, or where we think government should channel their funds to the most vulnerable, because you will limit the effect on inflation, overall inflation, but still protect the most vulnerable. Is there someone else who wants to come in to comment on what I've said now? Yeah, very good. Where's the microphone? Yeah. I think they can turn it on when you speak. Oh, there's another.
I think that it is kind of a problem to focus too much on what can unions do in collective bargaining and how we can somehow lower this mentioned wage price spiral. I do think that what we really would need is, I mean, obviously it needs a clever mix out of transfers, taxes, and stuff. But what we really need is, and I'm coming from Austria, we would need some reductions in energy prices if it's done via taxes or whatever. So we get a lower inflation. And in a sense, I'd say this must be the answer of unions when it comes to what is your position in collective bargaining. And maybe another example from Austria, what we can see is that it's actually no wage price spiral that we have, but in fact it's a profit price spiral that we have, because we have, like, when it comes to rents, we have like a lot of rise in this sense, because it's connected to the inflation and all other things that are connected to inflation as well. So I think this is a key issue to be done. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially on the energy prices. And this is where, you know, this is where a lot of action has been taken to reduce energy prices. Now, let's not forget, it does to some extent go counter to a lot of things we discussed over these 2 days, which is the green transition, right? So, so by reducing energy prices, you increase, well, the demand for energy. You know, people have less incentives if you want to limit their energy consumption. It certainly does not reduce energy consumption if you reduce prices. And so the need, there's more need essentially to produce energy, and that often comes with higher carbon emissions. Now, of course, the ideal would be to combine the two. This is the idea, right? To have the green transition, where you look for more renewable sources of energy, which also increases your energy security, and you have sort of dividends in several areas. You increase energy security, you have a better green transition, and you have lower energy prices in a sense, right? So that, but just reducing energy price is not enough. There needs to be more action that it's in line with the green transition. Huh? Shall we move to the next block, which I thought we can talk about frontline workers, because it's, you know, it's a specific area, but it's super important, and it's really something that came out during the COVID crisis, and it's an issue that will stay with us, I think, for some time, because actually what we see now, we also have statistics. We've been collecting data from OECD countries in which areas worker shortages are the highest, yeah? Because, you know, you hear a lot of reports about significant worker shortages, but where are actually the worker shortages? And healthcare is one of them, long-term care is one of them, and another one is actually hospitality and tourism, and you can also read it in various reports, of course, that there are many shortages in these sectors. And here, in a sense, it's less about for these people to keep their employment, because there's huge demand for working in this sector. So it's really about job quality. So pay, working hours, working conditions, health and safety regulations for the various occupations. But these policies may differ from sector to sector, and the question is also, how can the social partners support this process? So, again, I'm looking for contributions, whether any one of you. There's a more specific area, clearly, but if some of you would have thoughts on the questions that are put down on this slide.
So good afternoon. My name is Claire Deré. I'm working for the European Parliament. So thanks a lot for these very insightful workshops. So I will have more of a question, I would say, related to the third point so on the slide. So related to the role of social partners in the process. Earlier today, so we heard one of the speakers saying that it was very important to place productivity as the main or one of the main criteria in social dialogue and in negotiating pay structures. Now, so we know that productivity when it comes to the service industry, so that it has certain limitations. So that productivity increases less rapidly in the service sector than in the industry. In particular, so in the manufacturing industry. And now, so my question also relates to some negotiations that are starting between the Council and the Parliament on pay transparency. Because as part of these negotiations on pay transparency, there is also the idea of encouraging social partners to define the value of work. So let's say by going beyond the main criteria of productivity. And I think that this definition of value of work could be also very helpful in certain sectors, so to better value, so basically the work of many people working in the healthcare sector or other services. So my question would be, first, maybe directed to you at the OECD, so if you see any work going in that direction, so trying to define the value of work, not limited to one specific sector, but also doing some cross-sectoral comparisons so that sectors that are female-dominated can be compared with other male-dominated sectors and can be better valued. So first question, so directed to you, but also maybe to some social partners being present in the room, if there are also any initiatives at the national level going in that direction. Thanks a lot.
Okay, great. That's a very good question. I will take the first one. The second one for anyone from the social partners, value of work or value at work, value of work, I think. Any initiatives in that direction. At the OECD, we have an indicator for job quality, yeah, which dates back quite some time, and we've been trying to update, but there's an issue with the data, also to do with the COVID crisis. So this is one way, basically, where we not only look at the number of employment and pay, but we go beyond looking at working conditions. It's difficult since the data, we try to be precise with the data, but so that's why we take granular data, but it's not very detailed in the sectors. So we cannot do very fine analysis on the sectors. But I think basically we are not there where you want us to be, which is measuring the value of work for different sectors, taking account how essential some of these services are as well. But we have done this work, and to some extent it does go in the direction of trying to zoom in frontline workers and giving basically raising attention to this issue. So we don't do it in a a holistic way by having a metric that says it's the value of work is that in the different sectors. But here we are highlighting the issue of frontline workers, that working conditions are very hard, pay is low, working hours are long. So this is where currently our work is standing. Now, any one of the social partners or would like to comment regarding these issues?
Thank you. For example, in the Netherlands, how to decrease the difference between jobs where more female are working than male. In the education sector, in the Netherlands, we closed the gap between the primary and secondary schools. Primary schools are much more female teachers. Secondary school, also a lot of female teachers, but less. And it's not about the height of your education if you went to university or not, because educating children of 6-year-old is also an important and difficult job. So that's in one sector we closed that gap, which is important. Another one, it was the question, but what can you do to improve the quality of a job? A lot of people are they like the job, but the red tape which is involved, the controls, the administration, they hate it, and it's becoming more and more and more, especially in healthcare, for example. And so we try to ask for and support projects to cut the red tape, that's very hard, but very important, and also to keep people in their jobs, especially also the older teachers or healthcare workers, which would like to go on for a few years in the job, but they stop because they don't want to do all the meetings, and they want to do the job, and that's it, and make it possible for them, make it more possible for them.
Very good. I think what we saw during the crisis were actually that some people were brought back from retirement to work in the healthcare sector. So even that has happened. So clearly this is something where policy and social partners are trying, as I understand, trying to extend working lives and help address. Well, first it's good for the workers to have the opportunity, if they want, to stay longer in the labor market and to work longer. But it also helps, especially for jobs like in healthcare, where there's really a scarcity of workers. Other comments you might? Yeah.
I want to take the question about what can be done to support frontline workers and modify it a little bit, looking not at the COVID crisis, but at the climate crisis. And if we take this concept and consider the people who will have to do this very essential work of transforming our economies to green economies, then I would just restate the question and say, what can be done to make sure that these jobs are quality, that they're attractive, because the transition is not going to be done unless people want to do these jobs. Maybe using this concept that we're now also familiar with, the idea of a frontline worker, of an essential worker, and carrying that momentum to a new crisis or an old crisis that we're trying to overcome now.
Yes, so what the green transition means for the frontline workers is also a good question, something I haven't thought about. I mean, a lot of these, well, it could mean, so, if the green transition is not successful, there could be more need for healthcare, I suppose. Yeah? But there could be implications for any of these, hospitality, tourism, for sure, yeah, can be affected.
Manufacturing in green technology, installing solar panels and wind turbines, assembling batteries. Or even going a bit further, talking about creating green hydrogen in the future. Jobs that aren't necessarily listed up here, but we could consider frontline jobs for the climate crisis.
Very good. So I see we have 3 more minutes. We go to the last block of questions. You can be very selective. We'll take 1 or 2 comments. Where's the clicker? Here. So this is about the other policies I talked about at the beginning, and any quick thoughts you would have would be really appreciated. I think active labor market policies. We saw that they are staying at a high level, and I suggested one motivation for it is to reduce worker shortages in certain areas. That explains to some extent the higher levels of active labor market policy. But is it enough? Do we need something else? Or how can the social partners here also contribute? Unemployment benefits. Basically, nearly all of the extensions, crisis extensions, have been rolled back. Should they have become more permanent, to cover the self-employed, for example, workers with insufficient contribution records, etc. And for job retention schemes, one issue is actually a lot of them have been simply terminated. And so if the next crisis hits, they would have to be introduced in an ad hoc way again. Now, the idea would not have been to keep the job retention schemes and have a lot of people now in them, but would it have been better to keep them to sort of, have them on automatic standby if the next crisis hits, rather than to simply terminate them and then have to install them again? when the next crisis hits. So any quick views on these questions, and we'll finish after this round. Maybe I go.
Hi everyone. I'm Nga. I'm from Vietnam, and I'm working for the thesis on sustainability. So I'm very interested on this kind of topics. So I want to talk about the active labor market policies and the difference between the country in Europe. So let's say for Germany, I heard that for like non-European people, we are like, for example, we sign a contract, and then the first year, after the first year, we have extended into 5 years of permanent contract. So that's one of the policies that increase the employment opportunity of Asian or under like non-European people. So I think that's one will be one of the policy that actually the employment rate of Europe. So compared to other countries, I don't know much, but for Germany, it's one of the best example of like how to have labor.
We have time for both of you.
No, very, very briefly. I think we have today empirical evidence that job retention schemes, they do work better if they were already in place. So empirical analysis shows that they were better working in Germany, Italy, Austria, Luxembourg, compared to those countries that during the Great Recession introduced them temporarily, then they dismissed them. They did the same now during this crisis, while other countries, I think, are more wisely moving to making them permanent. Example par excellence, Spain. I think that one of the things that should be really policy-wise done is to make this permanent, which means that they do not need to be activated every time, but they are already in place. You have the administrative infrastructure that is already there, and employers know how to apply in which condition, etc. So this would be my policy recommendation, both at member states level and my suggestion also at the EU level, because sure work quite well, and a proposal is to make it permanent together with the European Employment Reinsurance Scheme, but politically wise, we have the, I think, broad consensus in making this instrument permanent. We should make it permanent.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any evidence or data for that, but we still have strongly the feeling that trade unions could be much more active also when it comes to the co-design and the accompanying of active labor market policies. I mean, it's not, we cannot simply say we represent now the interests of our members who have a job, and those who don't have jobs fall out of our scope. And I think this is also directly linked to youth policies from trade unions, also to really be, let's say, some kind of address young people can turn to, where you're being helped, where you're being navigated to the different possibilities, where you're being offered the provision of skills, further education, and so on. So I think this is, once again, I don't have data for that, but I think this is one of the very strong issue for us, where we also submitted a project at the European Commission for next year to see in how far we can also get more members stepping into the field of active labor market policies.
Thank you, Klaus. Kerstin is coming in, so I guess it's we need to close now or very soon. Just a few two comments on what you've said here. Now, from my institution, from the OECD, I think the way we view active labor market policies is a lot that ideally they come in at the time when people are still employed. Okay, so because that's when they are most effective. Let's not wait until it's too late and people are already unemployed. Let's help them before displacement, essentially, or also in work training, etc. And so this is why I think I fully agree with you that it makes it even more relevant, I think, for trade unions and social partners to play an important role. On your comment to the job retention schemes, I'd be interested to hear from the evidence that you have. So, if you can share that with me, I'd be delighted. I think one thing that is interesting that we see actually in Belgium is, for example, now that we are moving in, basically from one crisis to the next, is that the job retention scheme is being used to help companies that are particularly affected by the energy crisis as well. So, before it was the COVID crisis, and now it's being used for the energy crisis in some sectors, specific sectors. But that explains in part why, in the chart that I had shown, Belgium was the country with the second highest take-up of job retention schemes. So this is where we will end. Thanks a lot for everybody. It's been really a pleasure to have hear so many comments from you. We'll have now we have a coffee break. No, we move on. So we do immediately the wrap up, or okay. There's no coffee break. Immediately wrap up. I will try to present your views in the wrap up, and yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess we could get started, but I need my two speakers, please. Two workshop leaders, Francesco and Henrik, to come on stage. I'm the third one.
Okay. To sit down?
As you want, huh? You're allowed to sit down if you want to.
I'm lazy.
Yeah, I do it. So, here we are. Final wrap-up. Results from the workshops. I know you worked hard. So, what I could walk around and listen to your input and discussions, you had to sit there and exchange and make sure that we have a good wrap-up of the discussion now and a few key points to takeaways for the way ahead. We're going to start with the workshops that discussed the recovery and resilience facilities with and for workers. So that was the first round. And there were 3 workshops, one led by the European Commission, one led by CEPS, and one led by CESI. If you don't mind, I start with the Commission, because it was the first one, and Maria Theresa unfortunately had to leave. So she's left a statement, and the organizers asked me to read it out. It's brief. The recovery and resilience plans include reforms and investments to support employment and social policies, including labor markets, social protection and social inclusion, education and healthcare, and long-term care. These measures are complementary to the ones supported by other EU funds, such as structural funds. All these measures will make our societies more fair, resilient and sustainable, better prepared for future crises and for the future generations. The involvement of social partners and other stakeholders, such as civil society organizations, is key for the effective and efficient implementation of the recovery and resilience plans. Proactive reach out to relevant national authorities is encouraged if the authorities are not setting up relevant consultation processes. Transparency on how plans are implemented will help improving ownership by all society. So that is the takeaway from the first workshop. And again, pity if you couldn't say, but maybe we can, and I will ask a few questions about these takeaways to other workshop participants in the discussion. With this, I hand over to Francesco.
Yeah, many thanks. So I would say that in our panel, we discussed about implementation obstacles in the plan, and what does it concretely mean and what we can concretely expect from this plan. We have highlighted 3 kind of problems that are emerging across member states. First one are financial problems in terms of who finances for recurrent expenditure on top of the capital expenditure that are provided by the RRF. There are timing problems, so how can I actually handle this set of milestones and targets and reach them within the time frame given, and there are regulatory burden when it comes to the complexity of public tender. That is one of the ways for which the money are channeled. The nicest thing is that we came out also with a policy proposal. We discussed this morning about the importance of collective bargaining and guaranteeing that actually collective bargaining is granted and respected in those companies that are actually accessing the funds. What we realized is that through public tendering actually and public procurement, the social criteria is one of the key and fundamental one in the recovery and resilience facility is actually not looked at. So we have to guarantee social objective mainstreaming, and the very key and simple policy proposal is that we actually include in public tendering, so the money channeled through the RRF should respect this collective bargaining and criteria. And it's so far not done. So I think we have not to constrain the social dimension just to social spending. Social dimension is all over. And that's actually where we see the importance of the role of social partners, collective bargaining, but this should be done mandatory in the way through which the money are channeled. Otherwise, the risk is that we call social something, and then all the rest is not actually complying with social objectives.
Thank you very much. That is okay, you can hear me? Thank you very much. That is indeed a very concrete proposal, and I think your first finding is also something that will lead us to the second round of workshops, the time frame. Henrik, the role of workers.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, so our workshop from CESI, from the Gender Secretariat, focused on the role of workers and unions and social partners generally, but also of civil society organizations in the Recovery and Resilience Facility. We had a structured discussion in two levels. The first one was on the establishment of the Recovery and Resilience Facility at the European level, so the negotiation and adoption of the regulation which governs the facility, and also then the adoption of the national recovery and resilience plans. There, we are basing our discussions on a provision in the EU regulation on the Recovery and Resilience Facility, according to which a stakeholder consultation should take place or should have taken place in the drafting and adoption of the national plans. My research on the topic and my experience from CESI, and which I also then presented first to the group, was that this consultation was at best a box-ticking exercise. There were some good examples across Europe, apparently, but across the board, the involvement of social partners, of unions, has been wholly deficient and insufficient. This is also in line what I heard this morning from Mr. Pislaru. He said we failed in the consultations. This was also then reflected by the participants of the workshop. This would also be my first question, maybe from me to the audience, if there are other trade unionists or also representatives from civil society organizations, how they experienced it, especially if there was a good practice example. I would be interested in this. We took this finding as a basis to continue to the implementation phase of the recovery and resilience plans at the national level. This is, or we found that this is the actually important part of our discussion, because this is what we are dealing with at the moment. We said it is very important that we take the lesson from the adoption phase, where consultation did not take place in an effective and meaningful way, and that we improve all the more during the implementation phase. We also endeavor to include some takeaway messages and pointers for action for us, for trade unionists, but also for the institutions and the European Commission in particular. As you may know, the European Commission intends to monitor the implementation of the recovery and resilience plans. I'm finishing. As part of the European semester. So in our working group, in our workshop, we looked at the different stages of the European semester and where social partners have entry points in order to become meaningfully involved. Our bottom line was that the national social partners and unions need to be better involved by the so-called European semester officers who are in the national capitals. We need a more meaningful and inclusive and effective consultation process in the European semester at the national level, in particular when it comes to the country reports, which are published in May, and also when it comes to the biannual reporting of the member states towards the European Union or towards the European Commission. And we said at the European level, the involvement of social partners and also civil society consultation, civil society groups has to be improved quite a lot. My last sentence, the horizontal annual consultation of social, or the consultation of horizontal social partners, we said, or I also found, is working quite well, at least compared to the consultation of civil society organizations and also of the sectoral social partners. They are, at least in the formal process, quite sidelined at the moment. And there we said, these are our takeaway messages, and it's action points for us as unions, but also for the European Commission and the authorities.
Thank you, Henrik. You see, a moderator should never give away the mic. Always make sure you have another one. Thank you very much. It was interesting to hear, in particular, your last 2 points, because I realized when I entered your discussion, Francesco, that you were also discussing the communication aspect. The fact that local authorities, civil society is often not informed about the fact that they need to get involved, they can put forward proposals, etc. So thank you very much to both of you. And whilst you are leaving the stage over there, I ask the next three, Oliver, Tommaso, and Mateusz, to join me here, please. And then we'll have a discussion about your points at the end for everybody together, if there are questions. Just take a seat, choose the one you prefer. And I wonder who of you is willing to start. You had the least time to prepare because you were in the second round. I have a tendency to go from right to left, but I'm not sure. Oliver, are you willing to take the lead and start? Here is. So whilst we have now been discussing the participation of workers and the RRF4 workers, now we look beyond it. We look as, okay, what's the long-term goal? Where are we headed?
Exactly. So we had a very rich discussion in our workshop on how policymakers and social partners can also help to make labor markets more inclusive. And we looked at a range of policy measures in our workshop, active labor market policies, job retention schemes, unemployment benefits as well. We briefly discussed specific issues for frontline workers, like in healthcare. And we also spent a good amount of time, actually, on the role of that collective bargaining has in the current environment of high inflation. Now, I need to be selective in the reporting back, otherwise I get shouted at, I suppose. So
very charming way, hopefully.
So let me just focus on two items here. Active labor market policies, we very briefly touched upon it towards the end, but I thought it was very interesting. So active labor market policies, really it refers to job search support, so to help workers find a job, but also training of workers who may be in job retention schemes, may be unemployed, or maybe in jobs that are at risk of displacement, for example. And really what is important from my institutions, the OECD's point of view, is to have an early intervention there. And because it's early, ideally it takes place at the point when people are still employed. And that, of course, then makes it even more relevant for the social partners because the members are the employed. Now, to add to this, I think this issue is particularly important in the broader discussion we've had over the last 2 days on the green transition, on the digital transition, on the COVID crisis, because all these will involve a large amount, necessarily a large amount of reallocation of workers. So this issue of active labor, helping workers transition from one job to the next will be very important. The other area I'd like to touch upon is collective bargaining in the context of high inflation. This is a very important issue. How should wages adjust to the current high inflation rates? Some of you, I think it came out that clearly there is the risk of a cost of living crisis because people, essentially real incomes have declined, and wages can help with that, but then there would be the risk potentially, at least that's the view of some people, of a wage price spiral, so that higher prices feed into higher wages and then higher wages feed into higher prices again. Now the question is, okay, if we have to accept to some extent that wages shouldn't rise in line with prices, for one, because of the risk of a wage price spiral, and also essentially this is a supply shock which reduces productivity and will have to reduce real wage growth to some extent. Can we protect the most vulnerable, and how can we do it? And so here what we touched upon were quite innovative approaches from the Netherlands and also from Germany to give workers the same amount, all of them get the same euro amount, not a % increase, and the same euro amount is, in percentage terms, much higher for low-income workers than for higher-income workers. And this is exactly what you would like to have in the current context. If you don't want to stimulate prices even more, inflation, but at least you should protect the most vulnerable. And this is an innovative way of doing it. Another possible way is minimum wages, although then, some people may have the concern higher minimum wages, which help the most, the lowest paid workers again, could also spill over to other wages and therefore contribute to higher inflation. That's at least the concern of some.
Thank you very much, Oliver. And we look at public services, resilient public services.
Yes.
Tommaso.
So in the workshop, we discussed how to make public services more resilient, paying specific attention at the distribution and quality of public services across population, and looking also specifically at the most vulnerable categories of people who would be using public services and who need public services. And what I want to take away with me today is a very fruitful discussion with a lot of interesting questions. And the main takeaway is that, first of all, we need to make public services more in tune with social investment, and social investment more inclined to fund public services. This can be done by means of raising salaries, of course, making workers and public service employment more competitive and also more attractive in comparison to the private sector. This is a trend that we've been also discussing in the workshop. Because it's been taking place since at least 40, 50 years, and under the assumption that maybe privatizing the public sector would make it more efficient. Whether we or not agree or disagree with this idea, we know for sure that the public employment sector is going through a lot of pressure. Especially looking at the recent crisis. So raising salaries, for instance, is an idea that we discussed, but also make lifelong learning and training for workers a bit more substantial, looking at the looming trends such as digitalisation of the public administration. And this, of course, can be done by enhancing social dialogue between workers and institutions, by joining trade unions, for instance, and something that probably most of the people in the room agreed with. Now, we also talked about the policy effects of a weaker public service, which is more inequality, the so-called Matthew effect, which means that people who need less public services benefit them the most, so the rich get richer. And talking about more concrete recommendations, we discussed the possibility of socializing debt, so accepting social investment from debt calculation, so to break the vicious circle that prevents southern countries, poorer countries, to implement this. Yes, I'm running over time. And the RRF was, of course, the elephant in the room, so we didn't touch that, but there's a lot to say about that, but maybe I will leave this to my colleague.
Thank you very much, Tommaso. And it's a pity that Tommaso couldn't be in Oliver's workshop and vice versa, because I can feel that you touched on the same issues and you came to slightly different conclusions. One said, let's raise wages in the public sector. The other one says, difficult with the price-wage spiral. There is one topic that also came up by Oliver, which is the the value. What about these frontline workers where productivity is not something we can follow, because if you're a healthcare person, it's more the value that you add to society and how do you look at that. So I think worthwhile to having time at one stage to discussing how both groups saw that. But let me move to Mateusz, who wanted to be the last one, and probably because you also always like to challenge me on time. But Mateusz, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, our workshop was from the primary school to lifelong learning, how to ensure good and safe green and digital jobs. Sorry, I had to read it out, it's a bit long. And we had a very fruitful discussion. One of the reasons why we had a fruitful discussion is because we invited 3 great speakers to us, and maybe you can just wave your hand. I will start with Jessica from the European Youth Forum. Just show who you are, so maybe someone can speak with you in the break if they have some questions. Then we have Pina, Giuseppina from the Obeso, which is a school students organization. And we have Diana from StartNet, so you can approach them in the breaks for some further questions, as I'm limited here on time. So as we all know, the labor market is changing so rapidly, and we don't know what are the skills needed for the future. This is what we have tried to discuss in our workshop, also under the context that the generations, my or our generation, also the one younger than us, we will not stay on the one job that we have now, but we have to change 5 to even 15 times. I was reading last week, so how to improve that young people are more open also for lifelong learning, and also to have this with all the generations. This is something we discussed. Then also that we need quality and fair jobs for young people. And from the perspectives that I took from Obeso, from the school students, is that we need participation of the curricula, also already of these young people. And Pina was giving this nice example. Okay, you might ask yourself here, why a 12 or a 14-year-old young person should be anyhow participate in the curricular creation. But who knew some years ago that someone of these very young people will be a content creator on Instagram and will make millions? So sometimes these very young people already can feel what is really needed for the future as well. So we need to bring also young people to the table to discuss the curricula of the future. Then we discussed that we need to focus on soft skills and also on how to learn democratic processes in a world where we have a lot of fake news. These young people, they don't need to learn digitalizations. More or less, we grew up with a computer, with an iPad. When they're 2 years old, they can watch everything on the iPad. So they need to learn how to look for the right news, for example, and sort out from fake news. Something that I liked about this workshop is that we often spoke also that we need an intergenerational cooperation and learning. So it means that only young people, we will not achieve nothing if we don't connect with other generations who are often the stakeholders. So we need to have there a good cooperation. And also some important point was mentioned that we need flexibility in the education. When someone is 12, 14, 16 and they choose one type of school which is limiting them later to maybe access university or to access other degrees, we need there more flexibilizations in the school. Besides that, we need, as already mentioned very often in different sessions, skills recognition all over our continent and a better career guidance also for young people so that they are really taken by hand and shown what can be for their future. And I will finish, don't worry, with 3 food for thoughts. That I heard in this session, and one of them was from Sarah, and she was saying maybe not everyone wants to be an entrepreneur, but we are all entrepreneurs of our life. Just settle with that. No comment on this. The other one I have is from Pina, and that's something that they do in Obeso when they look for new colleagues, that saying you can learn skills, but not an attitude. So, for example, they don't look for CVs so much, but really from the approach that the candidate is having. And the last one from Jessica is that we cannot have any penalization for skills mismatch. There is not a skills mismatch because all skills are anyhow needed. And maybe you can use in your work also additional skills that you never thought you might one day need them at your working place. So with this, I will let you go.
Thank you very much, Mateusz. So CESI Youth brings in the youth. A big thanks to all of you and compliments to CESI, because there is actually a 13-year-old who has participated in this conference. If you haven't met her, her name is Emilia. I don't know if her dad is still in here, but it's her first day of vacation and she's outside. So if you want her to contribute, we've got that age group in the building. Having said that, are there any questions? Are there contributions perhaps from other workshop participants to what has been presented here? There is one question that I would have, because I've heard a lot of proactivity from all of you, Henrik. Very often it was said, we shouldn't start reskilling workers when they're out of job. We should do it when we're in the job. Now, I think what we see in Europe, sometimes from the policymaker side, also on the business side, is you act when there is a crisis. So usually you do it when they're out of job. But are there, when there are great examples, like are there great examples on how it can be done earlier? And yeah, is there a website or anything where, for example, when it comes to reskilling workers who are still in the job, in particular in a demographically aging society, things have already been done well. So that's my number one. And my number two is the policy proposal for collective bargaining, which is very concrete. Have there been any discussions around how that could be taken forward? Are there any calls upon CESI to doing something on that? Or so I don't know if it was in your round or in the round of Henrik and Francesco. I don't know who brought it up. Sorry? Yeah, it depends. You can also stand up and talk from there. But
yeah.
Who brought up the policy proposal for collective bargaining? Which working group? There was a policy proposal on collective bargaining being included in, public procurement as a criteria. You were the one. Yeah. But is there like any ideas around how that could be taken forward? So were there discussions in your working group? Who could take that forward? Is there any expectation towards CESI on doing something with it? You were there.
Yeah, I mean, to do something concretely with it is, of course, always the big challenge, and sometimes we're being challenged from our members also on that. I think here it's clear the address or the responsible authority to turn to, I think, would be the European Commission, by saying also the next time you assess the NRRPs or when you design, I don't know exactly how it will continue now. I want to say, okay, make sure to those companies or those public authorities who are bidders, I mean, who may get funds from the RRF exactly, that they basically abide to social collective agreements. And I think that would be also combining what this morning Oliver Röpke said with a very technical, let's say, analysis. And this is because we also spoke about scoreboards and, you know, what can be the measurements. Sometimes with small technical, or in this case, budgetary or fiscal measures, you can actually achieve quite an important impact.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, I fully buy what Klaus has just said, because that's what we discussed concretely in our panel when we surveyed all the implementation obstacles, how this money are concretely channeled, what are obstacles that are encountered by public administration, but also by businesses to access this money. And then we never actually, so there are implementation obstacles, and then we never ask, okay, the social objectives are nice, they are embedded, we always trace them looking at how much money goes to childcare, how much money goes to something else, but then we do not question how we do social mainstreaming. So companies that do access this funding, actually, are they respecting the collective agreement objectives that are set at the EU level? And this is a good way to do that. So we have green mainstreaming, digital mainstreaming with coefficient, but we don't have social mainstreaming. So the not social spending, how is it channeled? Is this respecting social spending? I think this is for CESI is really the key future debate. We are today discussing about how to do social mainstreaming in the EU budget, in the RRF. This is a good example. We have now social taxonomy that has just been come. We have difficulties in applying the social taxonomy to the budget. This is a key proposal Commission is going to assess, is going to check also for this. It's very concrete, but very, very, very impactful.
Okay. Anybody else wants to come up, wants to say something? Are you just waiting for lunch? Someone asked me already about the coffee break after the workshop, so I can see. So if that's the case, then I would say a big thank you to all the workshop leaders for excellent discussions. I could assist to some of them. They were very interactive. Thank you for your time, your input. Big hand again for everybody. Also Henrik and Francesco is down there. And that means that we are almost at the end. And of course, when you're almost at the end of a two-day conference, you wonder, how do you end? And I've lived in South Africa for a while, and there was a great leader, Nelson Mandela, who many of us admire. And he said something that I want to quote, which is, to be a great leader, one must never give up. One must never give up, try to bring people together and to be selfless. Leadership is about working with and for others to achieve a common goal that benefits everyone. My feeling is that the social transition requires great leaders. And one, of course, is already next to me. I mean, CESI has made a major effort in really bringing people together here in a physical format. And we all know how difficult that is in the post-COVID times, and to allowing a platform for exchange. So I hand over to Klaus, and I wonder, whilst I've been standing here and always trying to, okay, like initiate, make sure there are questions, we need takeaways from these 2 days. Your team, Telemachos, who's been leading on that and bringing it all together, but of course the whole team, they've worked a lot on this, and you want some takeaways. What are your takeaways from these 2 days?
My takeaways here, I'm saying I look at them and I think I should go, or feel like I should go back to bed. You don't need to take drugs now when you see that. So I'm trying to really, because what amazes me is that we're really having very concrete issues on the table, you know. And I will, of course, I won't do justice to all these discussions and the participation and the depth also of the discussions when I do this summary. But I know, as Kerstin said before that you were standing between the buffet and people. And now this is me. So I'm really going to hurry up and say, what do I recall for this meeting? And once again, for all those whom I will not have quoted, who will not have mentioned, please accept our apologies. We will have an in-depth analysis of what has been said and proposed today. Because, as I said earlier, we don't really want to shoot these recommendations or whatever into space. We'd like to work with them afterwards. First of all, status quo, we know it's 5 to 12, we have to act. There are no, somebody said that, there are no new jobs on a new planet. So I think we have no alternatives. The green transition must happen, the digital transition is happening, and I think the first thing to make it happen in a socially fair way, because we know if it's not socially fair, it won't succeed. We will need ownership. Ownership by the citizens, because we also know even if some decisions are not, let's say, really 100% supported. I mean, who wants to have a big, you know, these, how do you call these, Windräder these windmills in your own garden? Of course, you will not be happy, but at the same time, if you're part of the process of deciding how many windmills are established where, I think you're more prone to accept these decisions, to accept basically the green transition. Second point is partnership. It has been said in many different contexts today, partnership. Whether we speak of social partnership, whether we speak of information consultation, and co-decision of workers, where we speak of intergenerational solidarity. I think we know that jobs will be lost. We know that certain areas, certain sectors will tremendously suffer. And where jobs will be lost, not necessarily new ones will be created. And the other thing, this has been referred to a couple of times also, not necessarily quality jobs will be created. So we have to as trade unions, I think, and that is why it's so important to have this partnership basically running, being in place. We need to preserve as many sustainable jobs as possible. We need to create as many quality jobs as possible. We need to transform as many unsustainable jobs into sustainable ones. And we need to assist, to support as many workers as possible to go through these transitions. Element of solidarity, I don't want to go too much into the RRF because in the NRRP, because I think what Francesco said, this is something where this is really important for us. I think here we could, with a small, very precise political demand, we could have actually quite an important leverage. I just want to say also what we forget sometimes with all the criticism which has been raised in the context of the NRRPs. I mean, this is something based on solidarity. This is something, there has been a shift in the agenda with the so-called, resilience facility, the Recovery and Resilience Facility. So we should not forget that. And I think also what has been said in one of the workshops, what is being paid to member states, which projects are being funded, these was water in the desert. So we should not forget that there's a very strong solidarity element. Investment, that has been said too, investment in public services, investment in skills, and finally the triple transition. That means that, basically we do not only want a green digital transition, we want at the same time a social transition, and we have enough tools, just if we want to mention the European Pillar of Social Rights, to do that also. I here don't want to go into the discussion about the social scoreboards, because I think sometimes we are drowned in scoreboards, and the issue is simply what are actually the targets we want to achieve. Once again, I refer to what has been said earlier, that we can achieve sometimes very important responses, very important impacts with small technical issues. Just transition framework, I think that has been said yesterday also. I think we need in the future mapping. I think has been said also here in the last session of the impacts on employment, on skills, on working conditions, depending on the sector, on the regions, also to try or to find the proper responses at, let's say, local as possible levels, meaning will not be a size-fits-all approach to the green and digital transitions without a social element. Final comment, we're trade unionists, green digital transformation must be done with the workers and not to them. I think the same applies to the citizens. We must make it with the citizens, not to them. And here comes the moment to thank everybody for having been with us, to thank, I will go through the list here. I have to thank Romain Wolf, the speaker, Mustafa Kamal Gay, MEP Leila Shaibi, Nicola Schmidt for the video message, Mark Keys, he was the circus, yes, and Oliver Röpke, of course, MEP Dragos Pislaru, MEP Papadimoulis for the video message, and then the facilitators of the breakout session, a big thank you. I know it's a lot of work, it's a lot of preparation, and here Nathan Christ, Jakob Birkenheger, Jennifer Rübel, Sarah Rinaudo, of course, Mrs. Fabregas from the European Commission, Francisco Corti, Henrik Meerkamp, Mateusz Vandrzejewski, Tommaso Grossi, Oliver Denk. Big thank you to all of you. I think here we can clap. And a very special thanks go to, of course, our partners, Bertelsmann Stiftung and EU Observer. I haven't seen anyone from the EU Observer though. This will be taken note of, and I would like to thank Kerstin for this great moderation, and I would like to thank all the colleagues from the CESI Secretariat. I'm actually proud of this team. I mean, I think we work hard, but we do it in a very solidary way, and I very much appreciate being able to work with you. And there's one particular Festschwein, as we say in German, so the party pig, if you may say so, and that's Telemachos. I don't know where this young man is, but he was also really the soul behind the whole event, Telemachos. And a big thank you to our host here, to the bouche à oreille, and to the technicians, to the photographers. Thank you very much. I'm quite sure that next year we will have another round of summer days. And please also have a look at what our storyteller did. Yeah, I think that is also really worth an applause. I don't want to comment it now because I would like to have it basically finished in the very end, and then we will share it with all the participants. But I think it is really a great job which has been done, and it helps us also, of course, to memorize what has been said during these 2 days. Also, once again, to the participants, it's a marathon, 2 days. So now, c'est la ruée sur le buffet.